Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode for the duration of today's webinar. Today's webinar is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Now I'd like to turn the call over to your host for this session, Erin. Erin, you may begin.
Thank you, Anthony. Good morning, everyone. I'm Erin Boone, a data scientist at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I've had the honor of serving as the chair of the organizing committee this year. So on behalf of the committee, let me welcome you all to the 2025 Federal Computer Assisted Survey Information Collection Workshops, which you almost certainly always refer to as FedCasic or maybe even FedCasic. But it's good to remember what those letters actually stand for. The focus of this gathering is technology and innovation in survey data collection. I think this is the 20th FedCasic, which is certainly something to celebrate. This event has been bringing the federal statistical community together for over 20 years to talk about changing technologies, emerging technologies, and how we can adopt them to better collect survey data. And I can promise you, our program over the next couple of days will certainly highlight how much data collection technologies have indeed changed over the years. We're going to start each day with a plenary session, followed by 3 sets of concurrent sessions. All session details, including presentation abstracts, are available on the virtual conference page of the FedCasic website. To join a session, you simply click the hyperlinked session name on that page. WebEx will launch from there. If you found us this morning, you probably already know that. To open the conference this morning, we have a researcher who perhaps needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. Frederick Conrad is a research professor in the Institute for Social Research at the University of Michigan, where he is the associate director of the graduate program in survey and data science. He's also a professor of psychology at the University of Michigan. His research generally applies ideas and methods from cognitive science and human-computer interaction to the reduction of survey measurement error, especially in new modes of data collection, text message interviews, video-mediated interviews, and data collection with virtual interviewers. He also researches how and when social media posts might inform, supplement, and possibly stand in for survey data, and how analysts can mine social media for qualitative insights. He co-authored The Science of Web Surveys, that's from Oxford University Press, 2013, and he co-edited Envisioning the Survey Interview of the Future, it's from Wiley, 2008. He earned a PhD in cognitive psychology from the University of Chicago, and he was a research psychologist in the Office of Survey Methods Research at BLS before joining the faculty at the University of Michigan. Today, he's going to be talking to us about 3 new survey modes and their impact on data quality. And we might be lucky enough to have a bit of time for questions at the end of the session. So go ahead and drop them in the Q&A box that you can find in the bottom right of your WebEx window. So with that, we pass it over. Welcome, Dr. Conrad.
Thanks for that great introduction, Erin. It's a pleasure to be here. So as Erin said, I'm going to talk about 3 new survey modes of data collection and their impact on data quality. Let's see. Okay, I'd like to dedicate the talk to Reg Baker, who died almost a year ago. Reg was a thought leader and an early and also consistent champion of judiciously integrating technology into survey and market research. He chaired the APOR task force on non-probability sampling and online panels. He co-edited the 1998 CASIC volume, which I'm pretty certain was the impetus for the FedCasic workshops. I recently saw that he was in the Market Research Hall of Fame. I think his last publication was a chapter in APOR's A Meeting Place and More, which is a history of APOR, from 2020, simply titled Technology. And it documents the inherent tension when survey researchers consider a new technology between increasing efficiency and reducing costs on the one hand, and potentially harming data quality on the other hand. And this idea kind of permeates what I'll be talking about today. And I just want to take a moment to honor Reg. He really was an influential, but kind of low-key person. Yeah, so survey researchers have adopted new technology, even if skeptically. Telephone communication, the web, and mobile devices have transformed survey data collection. New technology that is well suited to data collection and often does not require much coding has recently exploded on the scene. I'll talk about a few of them, interactive video like Zoom or Teams or WebEx, available on all kinds of devices. I'll talk a little bit about large language models. And then some older technology has attracted new attention, and in particular, text messaging. So the agenda is, I'll talk about 3 projects. One concerns text message interviews, the other video mediated interviews, and the third virtual or animated interviewers. So I need to acknowledge 2 key collaborators. So Michael Schober and I have collaborated for 30 plus years, and pretty much everything I'll talk about today is a result of that collaboration. We wrote the grant proposals and the articles together. So it's really very much joint work. Andrew Hupp started to collaborate with Michael and me, I would say 15 plus years ago. Andrew brought an invaluable and different perspective to the collaboration. I think he wasn't involved in the virtual interviewer project, but he was involved in the other 2. So again, everything I'll talk about is really the result of this collaboration, and these 2 people are integral players. And then many talented co-authors have made this work possible. It truly, I mean, maybe it sounds cliche, it truly wouldn't have been possible had they not been collaborating and contributing. And then finally, I do need to acknowledge financial support from National Science Foundation, in particular the Methodology, Methods, and Statistics program, and the video interviewing project received additional financial support from the Michigan Center on the Demography of Aging. Okay, so to get started, text messaging for administering surveys. Texting has been used to invite sample members to respond to a web survey, so-called text to web, and to conduct the interview itself, that is to ask questions and capture answers. So kind of 2 different uses of texting. I'll talk about the second of those, texting as an interview mode. Texting has a number of properties that may be good for survey data quality and operational efficiency. One, texting is asynchronous. So in general, replying to a text message is generally less time sensitive than replying to what a speaker has said. And in the context of survey interviews, this allows a respondent to take as much time as needed to think about and formulate their answers. Texting is noticeable. Text messages are noticeable. When a text message arrives, it's usually signaled by visual, auditory, and haptic notifications. And in the context of a survey interview, this should increase respondents' awareness that they've been contacted, invited to participate in the survey or asked a survey question, or that they have not yet responded. And 3, texting is persistent. So text remains visible indefinitely, in contrast to speech, which is ephemeral and fleeting. This, again, in the context of a survey interview, allows respondents to reply when it is convenient and safe because they don't have to remember what was in the message. It's still available. Okay, so this is kind of on the left is kind of what I have in mind by a text message interview. The questions and the responses are each texted. This is from the respondent's perspective, so you can see the questions on the left and the responses on the right. They're single character responses. They don't have to be, but that's probably a best practice. There are really no widgets, so the respondent must enter or type their answers. I suppose they could speak their answers in a voice to text feature using such a feature. But like there are no radio buttons or grids. The interaction is very businesslike, relatively few turns, very little back and forth. Occasionally there's an interviewer probe. And there's minimal presence of the interviewing agent. It's not obvious to the respondent whether the agent is human or automated, and the agent could be either. So I'm going to talk about a text interviewing experiment that has kept us busy for a long time. So we compared satisficing, that is taking mental shortcuts, and disclosure of sensitive information in 4 survey modes, about 160 participants in each mode. One was automated text, in which an automated system texts questions to respondents and respondents text their answers to the system. To human text, in which a human interviewer texts questions to a respondent and a respondent texts their answers to the interviewer, who then enters those answers. Automated voice, in which an automated system phones a respondent, plays a recorded question, and the respondent speaks their answer, which the system recognizes because it was equipped with a speech recognition. And 4, human voice is basically a telephone interview in which a human interviewer phones a respondent, asks a question by speaking, and the respondent speaks their answer, which of course the human interviewer recognizes and can then enter. So the first thing I want to look at is starting the interview, by which I mean answering at least one question. Noticing a texted invitation should increase sample members' awareness that they've been invited to a text message interview. The persistence of the invitation enables the respondent to start the interview as soon as it's convenient and safe to do so. This should lead to a higher proportion of started text and voice interviews, and that's what we saw. So if you look at the black bars, the automated text interviews were started at a higher rate than the automated voice interviews, and the the human text interviews were started at a higher rate than the human voice interviews. So just so it seems, like a positive. This seems like a positive feature of texting. Once those interviews start, though, what are the consequences for data quality? So we looked at 3 measures of data quality. First was rounding, or giving rounded numerical responses. So these are responses that are round numbers, like 10, and they can reflect less careful thinking than unrounded responses, like 9. 9 is probably the result of counting or doing something more involved than 10, which is probably a top of the head estimate. That's the usual interpretation of rounding. Straight lining or non-differentiation. Again, there were no grids in voice interviews or in the text interviews, but this meant selecting the same response to all or most items or statements in a battery, where a battery was a series of questions. But that practice can reflect less careful thinking than some differentiation, giving some strongly agree, and strongly disagree to others. So both of these are types of satisficing, rounding and straight lining. And we also looked at disclosure of sensitive information, which is kind of a different measure of quality. But again, the idea is that more socially undesirable responses, more disclosure, can reflect more candor, and that's probably, that's undoubtedly good for data quality. So we wanted to see how those properties of texting affect these measures in the data. So first, turning to rounding, again, more rounding is not a good thing. The blue bars represent the voice interviews, the orange bars represent the text interviews, the vertical axis is the number of questions on which respondents rounded, and you can see there's more rounding in the blue bars, that is in the voice interviews, than in the orange bars, that is the text interview. So less rounding in text than voice, which we attribute to asynchrony. There's time to really think about your answers. Again, less straight lining in the text than voice interviews, substantially less straight lining, which again, we attribute to asynchrony and the opportunity to really consider your answers rather than rushing through them. Turning to disclosure, where more disclosure is a good thing for data quality. There's more of it in text than voice interviews, which is probably not so much due to asynchrony, although that should allow a respondent to consider more fully kind of their answer and maybe the security of the interaction. But we attribute this more to the kind of lack of presence of the interviewing agent. But it does look like texting is a net win for data quality across these three measures anyway. So we just wanted to dig a little more deeply into at least the rounding measure to see if this really is due to asynchrony or something else. And so our thinking was that if you because texting is asynchronous, the respondents can take as long as they want. Doesn't mean they have to take a long time. So the question was whether when they respond quickly, are they rounding more? Are they behaving more like a voice respondent who generally has to respond quickly? And as you increase the response time, or as they take longer to respond, are they rounding less? So we divided the response times, just for text interviewing, and what I'll talk about, into terciles. So like a third of the third of the responses that were fastest, the third that were in the middle, and the third that were slowest. And the idea is that we ought to see different levels of rounding if asynchrony is really what's responsible for the mode difference between text and voice. And that's exactly what we see. So the bars represent the different terciles. Blue is fastest, green is slowest. The vertical axis is percent rounded answers, and you can see when in both text modes, when the responses are fastest, there's the most rounding. And when they're the slowest, there's the least rounding, and it's monotonic. So really is kind of a good check on our intuition that asynchrony was responsible for the improved data quality, at least with respect to rounding. We would have done something like this for straight lining, but there was just straight lining was just so infrequent in texting that we couldn't. Interview duration, because respondents can devote as much time to each response as needed. Response times, RTs, should be longer in text than voice interviews. Because speakers tend to, just in everyday conversation, tend to fill the silence if more than a second elapses. Voice response times should be shorter, that is faster, so leading to faster voice than text interviews. And this idea that speakers sort of can't tolerate silence has been documented by a number of studies. In a telephone interview, the respondents might tolerate longer silences, but while formulating an answer. But the same principle applies, especially if they can hear the interviewer on the phone, like if they can hear the interviewer breathing. This creates a lot of time pressure to respond, which is not present in text. So longer texted responses should add up to longer text than voice interviews. And that's what we see. So in these box plots, you can see that the median interview duration for the two text modes is higher than the median interview duration for the two voice modes. And also note that the outliers, the black dots, are more dispersed for the two text than the two voice modes. Also reflecting asynchrony, because respondents, there's really the response times are unbounded, and so the interview durations are essentially unbounded. So put a pin in this result, longer text than voice interviews. We'll come back to it in a moment. I want to turn to fieldwork and texting. Text interviews can be completed when the timing is good for the respondent, that is, when they can shoehorn individual responses into their schedules. We've called this interstitial responding. But in contrast, voice interviews require the respondent to, so with text interviews, the respondent could do, answer a question now and then answer a question in a few moments or longer when it works for them. With voice interviews, a respondent would have to, or a sample member would have to, in order to agree, would have to first answer the phone and then be available for the entire interview. So if they're contacted, voice respondents, voice sample members, may be less willing to participate until they have sufficient uninterrupted time. And these differences could result in faster completion of text and voice cases from the start of the field period. So that's actually what we see. This is the time to complete the sample of about 160 interviews in each of the four modes. And the first thing to notice is that automated voice is finished the fastest. That's that on my screen red line. It's finished in 6 days from the start. initial invitation. 93% of those cases were completed within 1 day, so that's really fast, and most of those within an hour. So this kind of stunned us when we saw it several years ago. The green bar is the human text cases, and that they're completed pretty quickly, 11 days from the start. And again, about 72% are completed in a single day. The two voice modes are completed more slowly. It takes 16 days, and far fewer, in the 50% range, are completed in 1 day. Okay, so, oh, and yeah, see Spiegelman and Zadi for a similar finding. So this is not unique to our particular setup. So this creates something of a paradox. How can fieldwork be quicker, but interviews slower for text and voice data collection? Well, the resolution of the paradox we propose lies in the fact that text respondents are recruited faster than voice respondents. Text invitations reach and are usually noticed by sample members on the first try. Voice invitations often require multiple contact attempts, typically separated by at least a day, to avoid annoying the sample member. So faster recruitment into text interviews outweighs and this is the crux of the resolution, faster recruitment into text interviews outweighs faster completion of voice than text interviews. So the very long recruitment duration in voice interviews swamps the shorter interview duration in voice interviews. So you almost can't see everything, and that's kind of the point. These are stacked bars representing case completion time, the time to finish a case from initial invitation and recruitment through the end of the interview. So the orange, well, the blue slice of the bar represents recruitment time. The orange slice represents interview time, and the orange slices for the text interviews, both modes of the orange bars for both modes of the text interviews are a little taller, a little longer, take a little longer than the interview durations, the orange slices for the voice interviews. But you can barely even see a recruitment in automated text, and it's a pretty small slice, that is the blue part, in human text. But in the two voice modes, recruitment just overwhelms, dwarfs the interview time. So the fact that the voice interviews are a little shorter than the in voice than text is really more than it's really overwhelmed by the extended recruitment time in the two voice modes. So a very quick field period for text interviews suggests that texting may be well suited for studying the experience of sample members in the aftermath of a public event, like a natural disaster or a political debate. Texting can help assure an accurate snapshot of a volatile phenomena, as is often of interest in public opinion research. And presumably this is why CNN and the Washington Post polls use text message interviews for quick turnaround research. So takeaways from this first project on text message interviewing. Compared to phone interviews, texting provides multiple benefits to researchers: higher start rates, increased data quality that is less satisficing and more disclosure, quicker completion of field activities, and asynchrony, noticeability, and persistence seem largely responsible for these benefits. Text message interviews fit naturally into the communication options people have come to expect, and may be the only way to collect data from some members of the public. At least for some projects, text message interviews may be just right. Okay, second project, video interviews. By video interviews, I mean two-way synchronous video communication. And this became familiar to most people, at least in Western educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic countries during the pandemic, especially for those people whose work or school required video. Beyond increased familiarity, why might video interviewing be advantageous? Well, um, particularly for a study that requires face-to-face interaction, video interviewing eliminates, at least in principle, most of the travel costs incurred in in-person interviewing. It should reduce safety and public health concerns about in-person visits, which of course is why it flourished during the pandemic, or starting with the pandemic. It allows presentation of visual aids like show cards to respondents, facilitates interviewing sample members who may be hard to reach in person. They live in a rural region, or are deployed military, or are unable to participate in other modes, for example, low literacy, sensory disability. With video, it's possible to turn up the volume or the brightness on the computer. Video is mediated. Video mediates the interaction. So this may provide some sense of social distance from the interviewer compared to in-person interviews, and that could be advantageous. What about disadvantages of video? So one is coverage. Not everyone has access to the technology or experience using it. Respondents need a device with a camera and sufficient connectivity, and they need to be able to use that equipment. And there's no master frame of email addresses or other contact information to invite sample members. So recruitment is difficult, and it's hard to cover the entire population. But recruitment may be difficult for additional reasons. Live video may seem intrusive, at least compared to phone. The mediated experience, the interviewer being not physically co-present, but on the other side of a screen, may be less engaging than in-person contact, and that could be a disincentive to participate. And respondents must schedule interviews. Cold calls are just impractical. Aside from an app like FaceTime, and I don't really know of too many others like that, where it's sort of the telephone call model. Video communication seems to have evolved into kind of the meeting model, like what we're doing now. You schedule a time to join, and that's the phrase, join a meeting. So you can't really cold call a sample member. They need to schedule an interview. Startup and infrastructure costs for research organizations that may be involved. Okay. So we wanted to investigate some of these issues in a mode comparison study, mostly looking at data quality and respondent subjective experience. But along the way, we learned a lot about recruitment. So there was one group who were interviewed by video, live, by a live interviewer, human interviewer. There was another group that participated in a pre-recorded video interview. That's a video recording of an interviewer reading questions that's embedded in a web survey. So it's basically a web survey, but with some video in it. And a third group just participated in a conventional text-based web survey. For today, I just want to talk about the first and the third, the video interviews and the conventional text-based web survey. Why compare these two modes? Well, in video interviews, the interviewers may motivate respondents to try hard. One of the good things about an interviewer being present. In the web survey, the questionnaire is self-administered, so there's no interviewer present who might affect the motivation of a respondent. So that's one reason to compare the two. In a video interview, the interviewer and the respondent see each other and hear each other, maximizing social presence. In the web, the respondents are likely to feel more private and anonymous. So they're quite different, even though they're both online. To what extent is video like in-person interviewing? So this is kind of like the overarching question, and we can't address it directly because we didn't have an in-person condition or group, but we kind of get at it indirectly, which I'll report on. And I just want to note that we consider both video and in-person interviews to be face-to-face, because in both cases there are two faces seeing and hearing the other one. and actually in video, it might be even more face-to-face because that's really all you can see is the partner's face. So I'll use those phrases in person. If I say face-to-face, it really means it covers both. The video interviews are implemented on a platform called BlueJeans, which is a lot like the ones we're familiar with, Zoom, Teams, WebEx. 9 professional interviewers from the University of Michigan Survey Research Center conducted the interviews. Respondents scheduled their own interviews online. So it's a little quiet, but I think you'll hear the interviewer speaking. She's saying, "Do you favor or how much do you favor or oppose avoiding fast food?"
How much do you favor or oppose avoiding fast food?
Somewhat favor.
And the respondent said somewhat favor. And then the text interview, the screen looked like this. No surprises. Just text. The response options were on the screen. The mobile version was a little different, had big buttons. Respondents select or type their answers. Okay, so the respondents were recruited from 2 opt-in online sample sources and randomly assigned to a survey mode. They were asked 36 questions that were chosen to assess data quality. So it's 7 numeric questions to examine rounding, 17 statements in 3 batteries to examine straight lining. There were, even in the web survey, there were no grids. They were a series of individual questions for comparability between the modes. And there were 12, that is 9 categorical, 3 numeric questions to which were sensitive, rated by independent judges to examine disclosure. There was a post-interview debriefing that was administered textually in both modes. So after the video interview, those respondents needed to complete an online questionnaire. The other group was already online, so they could just stay there. Okay, results, rounding and straight lining. So more respondents rounded at least once in video than web. So that's, on one hand, it's not a strength of video interviewing. It begins to point to its similarity to in-person interviewing. So the presence of the interviewer creates time pressure to respond, and that generally leads to rounding, we've observed over the years. Again, this idea that when there's a live spoken interaction, respondents kind of feel that long silences are awkward, long pauses, and so they kind of fill them, and that can lead to more top of the head answers. A more positive result for the video interviewing is that there was less straight lining in video than in web. Again, this is probably due to the presence of the live interviewer. In this case, though, they seem to have motivated respondents to attend thoughtfully to all of the statements in the batteries rather than racing through, which was more of an option for the web respondents. And then with respect to disclosure, again, like in-person interviews, as in in-person interviews, there was less disclosure, that is, fewer sensitive responses in video than web. This is a small but significant effect, and it was largely driven by 3 items, but it underscores how socially present the video interviewer is despite being mediated. As in in-person interviews, the presence of the interviewer seems to inhibit honestly reporting sensitive information, which has been shown many, many times. I would say it's close to kind of a law of survey research. Respondents' experience. More respondents were very satisfied with video than web by more than 20 percentage points, even though the interviews took longer, about 9.5 minutes in video, a little under 6 minutes on the web. Video respondents were asked to compare the privacy of the video interview they had just completed to a hypothetical in-person interview, and they were asked whether the privacy of the two, whether the video interview was as private, same amount of privacy as a hypothetical in-person interview, more private, or less private. 75% said that the amount of privacy would be the same in both the video and the in-person interview. But 23% said that the video interview would be more private. So just to kind of emphasize, that's 1 in 4 found the video interview more private than the in-person interview, at least as they imagined it. So does this begin to suggest that the mediation might provide a kind of protective barrier, to the phrase that has been is in the literature? I mean, we don't know, but it's a suggestion. Clearly warrants further investigation. The respondents in the video interviews were quite personally connected, 4.59 out of 5, with the interviewer, and comfortable with the interviewer. So how similar are video and in-person interviews? Well, as I said, we can't really answer this directly, but we can look at other comparisons in the literature between in-person and web and see if the patterns are similar to what we observe when comparing video to web. So it's basically the patterns are similar between the comparisons between in-person and web are similar to what we've seen with video and web. So again, we found, so with rounding, we found, more rounding in video than web. Liu and Wang found more rounding in person than web. We found less straight lining in video than web. Herwig and Loosfelt report less straight lining in person than in web. And we found less disclosure, more social desirability bias in video than web. And Endres et al. Reported less disclosure, that is more social desirability bias in person than in web. And actually, the Endres et al. Study contained a direct comparison between the two interviewer modes, that is in person and video, and found no differences on the same task. So this suggests that they really are quite similar, even though they are operationally different. And that's what I want to turn to now. So so with respect to data quality, the video and in-person interviews are quite similar. But with video, respondents need to schedule an appointment, as I mentioned earlier. So what are the consequences of that? Well, we think so far, this seems to be something of an obstacle to completing the interview. So sort of schematically, of all those who are invited, some fraction, less than all, will schedule an interview. And of all those who schedule an interview, some fraction will show up and start it. And of all those who show up and start it, some fraction will complete it. Hopefully a high percentage. But there's substantial loss of cases potentially from the requirement to schedule. And so that's sort of conceptual. Empirically, this is what we observe. So out of the 5,800 invited, 10% scheduled an interview. Of those, about half showed up and started the interview. Of those who started, almost 93% finished. So getting these participants to start is kind of the challenge. But once they start, at least those who go that far, once they start, they're likely to finish. So this is break-offs for for video and web over the course of the questionnaire, and you can see that the video group doesn't break off as much as the web group. They are about 98% finish, about 94.5% of the web group finish. So getting these video respondents to start the interview is really the challenge, to schedule and show up and then start. So takeaways. Video interviews are a lot like in-person interviews compared to web surveys. So more time pressure creates more rounding, more social pressure. There's more social pressure to be conscientious, which leads to less straight lining. There's less privacy than in a web survey, leading to less disclosure. Respondents prefer their experience in video interviews to web surveys. There's a hint that mediation in the video interviews may provide some privacy compared to in-person interviews. Scheduling the interview may, as we just saw, may introduce a challenge to recruitment and completion. So I think for us, the conclusion is that video interviewing is viable, but it may be more effective. And I didn't really talk about this, but see if it makes sense to you. May be more effective as a complementary than a standalone mode, attracting sample members who may not be willing to participate in other modes. So kind of complementing the sample composition. And I want to call your attention to a forthcoming special issue of the journal Methods, Data, and Analysis that on video interviewing, where this kind of issue about whether video makes sense as a standalone or really more of a complementary mode will be discussed in a number of the contributions. Okay, and then I think I'm going a little long, but the third project that I'll talk about involves video virtual interviewers. So these are automated agents that ask survey questions, usually by speaking, sometimes via text, and are often embodied. That is, they have a face and may interact with respondents, but sometimes they just ask questions. So the two research questions that I'll address are: do respondents react socially to virtual interviewers for worse or better? Can virtual interviewers help respondents understand the questions as intended? So the first one about do they react socially? It seems they do. Respondents do react socially to these VIs, and that can result in reduced disclosure. So we compared disclosure of sensitive information when the questions were asked by in four different ways. One was by voice only. So respondents listened through headphones to an human interviewer reading the questions. So this is essentially ACASI. There was also actually the same interviewer whose voice was recorded read the questions out aloud, or asked the questions aloud in another, in person in another group. Third was a virtual interviewer with what we called high facial movement, meant just the mouth and the different parts of the face moved as much as possible. And fourth was the same virtual interviewer with lower facial movement. Lab study, about 60 participants in each condition. The question really was, how does the presence of a digital face, that is the virtual interviewer, affect disclosure? We'll focus on 9 questions for which there was more disclosure in the voice interview than the voice only interview than in the in-person interview, because these are questions that clearly are sensitive to the presence of a face of an in-person interviewer, and to see where the VIs fall between the two is kind of the point. Okay, so here's Victoria.
During the past 12 months, how often have you given food or money to a homeless person?
Okay, so of the 8, stop Victoria here. Of the 8, for 8 of the 9 questions, there was more disclosure in voice only, the ACASI condition, than either of the VIs, which suggested that the respondents react to the VIs much as to a human interviewer. So a moving face, even if clearly digital, seems to trigger a social reaction, which in this case leads to less disclosure. But VIs can increase disclosure. So matching the demographics of respondents and human interviewers has been shown to increase disclosure. If in a study by Catania and colleagues, if the gender of the respondents and the interviewers was the same, respondents reported more sexual behavior. And in a study by Tim Johnson and colleagues, the more attributes that the human interviewer and the respondent share, like gender, age, race, education, the more drug use the respondents reported. So can this be replicated with virtual interviewers? So we looked into this. We matched the virtual interview and the respondents on either race, gender, both, or neither from an opt-in online sample source. We compared socially undesirable and presumably more honest responses in each of these match conditions. So the virtual interviewer asked, how would you describe your weight? Very underweight, slightly underweight, slightly overweight, or very overweight? And these two options, slightly overweight, very overweight, are socially undesirable. I think we can agree. So if respondents selected one or the other of them, they're presumably being more disclosive, more honest. So more respondents reported slightly overweight when they were the same race as the virtual interviewer. But not under the other match condition. So race and gender, for example, didn't result in this increase in disclosure. So, this is just one question, and there was really no increase in reporting the most undesirable category, very overweight. But it is some additional evidence that VIs elicit a social response which might be judiciously exploited to increase disclosure. More evidence that respondents react socially to VIs comes from the same study. After the main data collection, we asked respondents to choose a virtual interviewer for a hypothetical future interview. After choosing the VI, the respondents were asked to provide a reason for their choice. And many respondents explained their choice in terms of the VI's identities and personalities, as well as the feeling they got from the virtual interviewers. And this was, of their own choosing. We didn't say, we didn't sort of cue them to answer about identities and personalities or feelings that they got. So they were asked to actually play the video by all 8 virtual interviewers, about 30 seconds, and then pick one. And the reasons for their choice were like this. You looked and sound the friendliest. The agent was comforting. She is less eerie. She is a Black woman like myself, and she looks young and hip, but at the same time very mature. Her voice is clear. Down here, he has a more understanding expressional face. He seems to be very forward and not too impersonal. His expressions are more natural, and the eye color wasn't as eerie. Okay, so this suggests that they are kind of reacting socially. What are the potential benefits of giving respondents a choice of virtual interviews? Well, it could promote disclosure. Catania et al. In that same study I mentioned a moment ago found more reports of sexual behaviors when respondents could choose the gender of a human interviewer. Choosing a virtual interviewer is easier operationally and certainly less complicated ethically than choosing a human interviewer. And doing this may help standardize respondents' experience in the sense that if all respondents answer questions from a virtual interviewer they feel warmly toward, for example, or otherwise prefer, there's kind of a uniformity in their experience, even though they're interacting with very different agents. And this may in turn promote a kind of rapport between the respondent and the virtual interviewer. And we now know from the study by Sun et al. That more rapport between respondents and human interviewers produces more reports of sensitive behaviors. Okay, what if the virtual interviewers could help respondents understand questions? This could promote comprehension and data quality without a human interviewer being present. So you could imagine in an online, in a web survey, an interactive virtual interviewer could explain what questions mean to respondents and make sure that they're on the same page as the researcher who designed the question. They could do this when respondents ask for help, or they could do this if the respondents seem confused, like there's a long pause in their speech, or the speech is disfluent. This requires human interactional skills that were not available, at least off the shelf, at the time of the study I'll tell you about, until recently. So in that study, we simulated these kinds of interactional skills using a Wizard of Oz technique, in which the experimenter played video clips. They pressed a button to play a video clip that was responsive to something the respondent had said, and giving the respondent the sense that that the virtual interviewer really was, whose name was Derek, really was conversing with them. So we were simulating these conversational abilities. So it's a laboratory study with 4 versions of the the virtual interviewer, who Derek, either high or low in what we call dialogue capability. Low dialogue capability is essentially they essentially conduct a standardized interview, meaning they can't really clarify questions. They can just administer neutral probes, like whatever it means to you. But high dialogue capability is really what we meant by a conversational interview. They can explain what the intentions behind the questions are and help respondents get on the same page as the researchers. We also varied whether facial movement was high or low, and crossed these to come up with 4 versions of the agents. The respondents answered on the basis of fictional scenarios, which are just about fictional characters described in scenarios. And we designed these vignettes or scenarios to be to vary the ease of interpreting the questions. So some of half of them were straightforward, meaning no clarification should have been necessary. Half were complicated, meaning there was some kind of ambiguity that required clarification from the VI. In order for the respondent to understand what the question was really asking them. So yeah, as I said, accurately answering the question required, if the scenario was complicated, required some help from the VI. And that could only happen when the VI's dialogue capability was high. Okay, so here's low dialogue capability.
Last week, did Chris do any work for pay?
It all depends on how you perceive pay.
Sorry, so
But
quiet.
as it reads, I say.
Whatever it means to you.
Yes.
Okay, so he basically said, it depends, and the agent said, whatever it means to you. Hopefully this is louder.
Okay.
This is high dialogue.
How many hours per week does Mindy usually work at her job?
Are you looking for a specific number?
Yes.
Because, well, it kind of varies depending on when she works. So she doesn't have a certain number of hours each week. It kind of fluctuates.
It sounds like you're having some trouble. What can I help you with?
Do you want an average?
By usually, we mean 50% of the time or more, or the most frequent schedule during the past 4 or 5 months.
Okay. She works about 40 hours a week.
Thanks. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Okay, so I think you can see the difference. I'll just focus on the darker green bars, which correspond to the complicated scenarios. When dialogue capability is low, response accuracy, which is the vertical axis, is quite low. It's like about 25%. But when the agent is enabled to clarify has high dialogue capability, can clarify the questions, it goes up 20, response accuracy goes up 25 points. So it does seem that virtual interviewers can deliver this kind of clarification. But it's really not scalable. I mean, we use this sort of simulated approach in a laboratory, with an experimenter pressing keys on a keyboard to play video files using his human intelligence. Can this be automated is really the question. And I'm going to say tentatively, yes. Either text alone or voice, possibly connected to an avatar, at least in principle. This would allow benefits of the conversational approach to be implemented at scale. So I'll just show you quickly something that I've been playing around with using a large language model that has speech capability. Okay, let's start the interview.
Hi, I'm Ruth from Accurate Survey Research. Let's get started. How many bedrooms are there in your home?
Well, that depends how you define a bedroom. Can you give me some help with that?
Whatever it means to you. Just let me know the number you consider bedrooms.
Okay, 2.
Thank you.
Okay, so here's the high dialogue version.
Hi, I'm Justine from Accurate Survey Research. I'm going to ask you some questions about your home. If anything isn't clear, feel free to ask for help.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Great. How many bedrooms up there in your home?
Well, that depends how you define bedrooms. I'm in an office now that was originally a bedroom, but it's hasn't been used as a bedroom for years. So should I count that or not?
Yes, you should count it as a bedroom since it was originally designed as one, even if it's used as an office now.
Okay, so I guess I'll say 3 bedrooms.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so this was accomplished with a textual prompt to the LLM consisting of the survey questions. I gave it about 12 survey questions in the prompt. The definitions, which were only used in the high dialogue capability version, that was also in the prompt, and instructions about how the low and high dialogue capability VI should probe. So it was actually quite straightforward to do. The LLM did provide some incorrect information in response to respondents' confusion. It kind of garbled, not in what I just played, but in some of the other questions, it kind of garbled some of the content of the definitions, but it mostly got it right, and it seems quite promising. Driving facial movement with in an embodied VI with LLM output is conceptually straightforward, but I haven't kind of figured out how to do it. So takeaways, respondents found it hard to turn off their social reaction to VIs. This could increase engagement and completion, but could reduce disclosure of sensitive information. It's easy to match attributes of VI and of VI and responder, and to allow the respondents to choose a VI, both of which can potentially increase disclosure. The VI face does not have to be realistic to trigger a social response. VI's high in dialogue capabilities, we just saw, can improve respondents' understanding of questions when circumstances are complicated, increasing data quality. And finally, the technology to deploy VIs in production is mostly here. With that, I will stop. I think I'm maybe a minute before the hour, top of the hour. So thanks very much. I don't know if there's a moment for question. I'm happy to take one.
Yeah, thank you so much. There, I believe people can do virtual clapping. I'm not sure. There we go.
Okay.
That was a wonderful way to start the conference. And I do believe we will selfishly grab this last minute because there is at least one question that you might be able to handle quickly. This is from Andrew. He says, thanks for testing these novel data collection methods. Do you find that any respondents are reluctant to participate because of cost issues, like paying for individual texts or paying for data? He's curious how pervasive those barriers might be today. So it's particularly related to kind of, not getting people to start if it's because in their mind they're thinking about the cost.
Yeah, I mean, we did think about this in 10 more, or actually more like 15 years ago when we did the texting study, and I'm trying to remember what we concluded. I mean, I think we felt. I think the answer is we don't know. I think we felt that at the time there were more sort of pay per unit, pay per message plans, and now it's more kind of. I think most plans are kind of unlimited, but there's definitely there are definite obstacles, and then you can imagine that those with the who are at least able to pay for messages will might have a different story to be heard than those who can afford messages. So future research.
Excellent. Future research for you, Andrew. All right, with that, we are ending on time, which is a great precedent to set for the rest of the conference the next couple of days. Thank you again, Dr. Conrad. This was great. And everyone else, I hope you join at 11:15 when sessions 1A and 1B will start. Again, you can find the links to join those from the FedCasic virtual program page. See you then.
Welcome and thank you for joining this session. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode. Today's webinar is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I would now like to turn over this session over to the moderator, Kara. Kara, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Kara Daniel. I work for the National Agricultural Statistics Service at the USDA, and I will be the moderator for this session, which is the Alternative Data and Record Linkage session. Thank you for joining today. This session is being held to inform interested parties of research and to encourage discussion. The views expressed are those of the authors and not those of the Fed-CASIC committee, moderator, or sponsoring agencies. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. Attendees can submit written questions using the Q&A feature, which is at the bottom center or right side of your WebEx screen. Please take a moment to locate that now. If you do not see the Q&A button, click the panel options, which are the 3 dots in the lower right corner of your screen. Make sure that you specify the presenter to whom you are directing your question. After all presentations, we will have time for questions and answers. If you encounter any technical issues during the session, try exiting the session and rejoining using the WebEx browser version. If technical issues persist, please contact FedCASIC at bls.gov. I think we are ready to begin now, and I will turn the time over to Theodore Charm from the Census Bureau.
Hi, everyone. I am Theodore currently working at the U.S. Census Bureau, and the title of my presentation is Optimizing Blocking Strategies for Record Deduplication. Okay, so here's the overview of my presentation. I'll first introduce the objective and the data and methods, findings, as well as the next steps of our research. The objective of my presentation is to investigate new blocking strategies to optimize the duplication of records on a national scale, as well as research local sensitive hashing, LSH, as a blocking strategy for efficient person matching and linkage. So here is some introduction of the legacy blocking methods in record linkage. This method is blocking partitions data into blocks of records according to a set of attributes. And the record linkage is only applied within blocks. Legacy blocking is used to enhance scalability issue in record linkage. So let's a data set be having n records, and the number of record linkages would be n times n minus 1 divided by 2, which is very large. Through blocking, we can reduce computational complexity significantly. Here's an example of legacy blocking. So in the first iteration, we only perform record linkage for persons who share the same zip code, first letter of first name, as well as the first letter of last name. In the second blocking pass, let's say we only perform record linkage for persons who share the first letter of the first name, first letter of the last name, the month of date of birth, and the day of the date of birth. And in the last iteration, we only do the record linkage for persons who share the same state, city, zip code, first 2 letters of first name, and the first 2 letters of last name, etc. In this study, I will use this legacy blocking approach as a benchmark to compare against an alternative blocking approach, which is called locality sensitive hashing, LSH. What is LSH? Locality sensitive hashing, LSH, we find the approximate nearest neighbor, ANN, in high dimensional spaces, whereby the data points that are closer in high dimensional spaces are mapped to the same hash buckets in low dimensional projected space. ELSIC can enhance scalability in privacy preserving record linkage for big data. A previous research has found that ELSIC typically outperform the legacy blocking methods. Why? It is because ELSIC uses the approximate nearest neighbor, ANN, which allows a higher degree of freedom of flexibility in identifying duplicates in record linkage compared to legacy blocking, which would require the records to match exactly on a set of attributes. So in this sense, for this reason, ELSIC would allow more flexibility in identifying true duplicates, which allow it to outperform legacy blocking methods. In this study, here's our data and methods that we use in this. We use synthetic data sets consisting of 1.1 million records. They are named in terms of the level of difficulty in identifying the duplicate pairs. The easy dataset includes about 100,000 duplicate pairs, whereas the medium and hard datasets each have around 200,000 duplicate pairs. The easy dataset has the fewest missing values or noises in the records, so the easy dataset is supposedly the easiest to identify the duplicates in the records, whereas the difficult dataset has introduced the highest level of noises, including incorrect information and missing values in the records, which makes it the most difficult to do the record deduplication. And the duplicated records are indicated by the same ID. We use ELSIC as a blocking strategy in our study, and we use hyperparameter tuning to compare the performance metrics. In this study, I apply the ELSIC. How do I do that? I first concatenate the following variables to form the strings: the first name of the records, last name, the month of date of birth, the day of the date of birth, and the year of date of birth, and the house number, street address, state, city, and zip. After this concatenation, I do the k-shingling, where shingling means that I move through a string and add k characters at a time to a single set. I set the parameter 4, so each time I add 4 characters at a time to a single set. I transform the shingles into sparse vectors using one-hot encoding. I then use min hashing to create signature matrix, which is passed onto ELSIC process to generate candidate pairs. So ELSIC would split the min hash signature into bands and process each band through a hash function. Then they would map each record to a hash value of hash buckets within each band. The records that share the same hash buckets would be considered candidate pairs. In our study, we retrieve the top k candidate pairs that have the highest Jaccard similarities. Here's an illustration of min hashing. In a sparse matrix, each column represents a record. Each permutation is passed to each column of this sparse matrix and map to the first row of the signature matrix, and so on. So the first permutation mapped to the first row of the signature matrix. The second permutation map the sparse matrix into the second row, and so on and so forth. Afterwards, each column of the signature matrix is split into different bands, and each band is mapped into a hash bucket through a hash function. If two records, let's say A and B in this case, if two records have a band that is mapped into the same bucket as shown here, same bucket, then the two records would be considered a candidate pair. So here are some signature summary statistics So among the duplicate pairs, do they share the same value for different features? When we go from easy datasets to medium to hard datasets, we can see that the duplicate pairs have much lower match rates for the features. For example, for last name, the match rate drops from about 81% for the easy dataset to only about 58% in the hard dataset. This would make the LSH or the blocking strategy more challenging to identify the candidate pairs based on the feature values. And okay, so we also do the hyperparameter tuning in a study. We vary the two variables. The first one, we vary the number of permutations ranging from 50 to 200, as well as we vary the top K similar pairs, vary from 2 to 100. What is meant by the top K similar pairs? It measures how many candidate pairs do we allow to be mapped into each hash bucket. So I include candidate pairs with the highest jacket similarity to be mapped into each hash bucket. Do we allow the top two candidate pairs of 5 or 10 or 100 candidate pairs into each hash bucket? We then compute different performance metrics for the hyperparameter tuning. We measure the number of candidate pairs and the coverage of the real duplicate pairs, as well as the runtime, where the coverage means that there's a number of duplicate pairs that occur within the same block. That is meant by the coverage. I illustrate the total number of candidate pairs examined and the coverage of true duplicate pairs with respect to each hyperparameter tuning. I vary the number of permutations and the top K candidate pairs, respectively. The colors indicates the top K candidate pairs, whereas the shape indicates the number of permutations. We can see that the number of permutations do not seem to affect the performance much. So I argue that the LSH performance is mainly driven by varying the top K candidate pairs, which is the number of candidate pairs that are allowed into each hash bucket. For the easy dataset, the coverage of true duplicate pairs are over 90% across all top K. If we increase the top K candidate pairs to 100, the coverage gets close to 100%, but we can see the trade-off. The trade-off is that we will need significantly higher number of candidate pairs in order to achieve such high percentage of coverage. Well, the LSH blocking outperforms the legacy blocking approach that I mentioned in the earlier slides, as the coverage of true duplicate pairs of LSH, which is these 4 clusters, is much higher than that of legacy blocking. For the medium dataset, we can see that very similarly, the number of permutations appear to make some impact on the model performance. You can see there's some variation in terms of the shape. However, you can see that the top K candidate pairs is still the biggest factor for the model performance. Again, we can see that as the top K increases from 2 to 100, the coverage of real duplicate pairs increases from around 80% here, increases to close to 100%. But very similarly, we can see a much higher number of candidate pairs that we need to compute in order to achieve such high coverage. For the hard data set, we can see that the number of permutations has introduced some variations to the model performance, but top K candidate pairs is still the largest factor for this. When we increase from top K from 2 to 100, you see that the coverage of the true duplicate pairs increases from below 40% to increases around 60%. But the trade-off is that the number of candidate pairs would need to be significantly higher in order to achieve this. That said, the legacy blocking approach still have much lower coverage of the true duplicate pairs. So we argue that the LSH still outperforms the legacy blocking method for the record duplication. When we set the number of permutations to 100, comparing the EC, medium, and dataset, we can see that the EC dataset, you can see much higher coverage of the true duplicate pairs compared to medium, whereas the hard dataset has much lower coverage of the duplicate pairs. Compared to runtime, as the top K increases from 2 to 100, you can see on average, the runtime does not increase by much. However, when comparing these 4 LSH blocking approach to the legacy blocking approach, you see legacy blocking approach takes only a few seconds to compute compared to over 1,000 and 2,000 seconds to compute. So we can see that in the legacy blocking method takes much less time to run than the LSH blocking approach. In conclusion, this study conducts record deduplication on synthetic datasets with the duplicates introduced from a truth deck. We find that locality-sensitive hashing, LSH, outperforms the legacy blocking approach in identifying the true duplicates for the synthetic dataset. It's mainly because the LSH use approximate nearest neighbor, ANN, which allows a higher degree of freedom in identifying the true duplicates compared to the exact match that are used for the legacy blocking approach. However, LSH takes substantially more time to compute. In our study, we find that performance is optimized when the number of permutations is equal to 100 and the top K candidate pairs is set to 100. But of course, this will differ on real datasets. We can see that the high coverage of true duplicate pairs, but also the high number of candidate pairs. So we can see a trade-off between, do you want a much higher number of candidate pairs, but also very high coverage of true duplicate pairs? So I mean, is it worth it for this trade-off? For the next steps of our study, we explored the LSH blocking approach for record deduplication on a nationwide scale. I plan to apply the LSH method to real census datasets, specifically the 2020 decennial census and the post-enumeration survey datasets, which are on the nationwide scale. Okay, I'd like to acknowledge my supervisor, Haley, as well as Jennifer and Krista for their valuable feedback on my research. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation. We'll look forward to your feedback.
Thank you, Theodore.
Yes.
We'll hold off on the questions until the end, but if anyone does have questions, feel free to enter them in the chat. Well done. And now we'll turn the time over to Nika, who also is from the Census Bureau.
Good morning, everyone. Just getting set up here. All right, so today I'm going to be going over Close Enough, a Python package for advanced string comparisons. This package was developed by Clayton Knappenberger and myself. I will also get into the benchmarking research that we've done between Close Enough and other string comparison packages. So just to take a step back here, a record linkage can be defined as linking records that refer to the same entity across data sets. with the main goal being to connect fragmented information together to build a robust data set. As you can see from the tables here, when a unique identifier is present, in this case, the column ID column, then linking records together is pretty straightforward. However, one of the biggest challenges in record linkage is when there's no common keys. When there aren't any shared unique identifiers present, that often requires users to rely on custom, specialized, probabilistic matching or string similarity methods. From the tables here, you see that although text 1 could potentially be an identifier column, the differences can make it challenging to merge the two data sets together. So options for these string similarity methods do exist. However, these tools do come with their trade-offs. Some are fast, but limited in their methods, such as the Python package Jellyfish. Some are more flexible and less efficient, such as the text distance package, which has over 30 algorithms, but can be slow with larger data sets. And then there are some poorly maintained options, such as the freely extensible biomedical record linkage or Febrile package, which hasn't been updated in years. The bottom line is there needs to be a balanced approach, something that's efficient, scalable, flexible, and reliable. Here we introduce Close Enough. Close Enough is a Python package designed for fast and accurate string comparisons. It's built upon the Febrile and Jellyfish packages, and the goal is to improve existing methods and make record linkage more reliable and efficient. Some key features of Close Enough include that it's compiled with Cython for speed, it utilizes multiprocessing for scalability, it handles large data sets efficiently, and it encourages open source collaboration across groups and agencies. For benchmarking the performance of Close Enough, we tested Close Enough using cross-joined restaurant dataset, which has around 175,000 rows. We also tested with a cross-joined business dataset subsetted to 1 million rows for larger scale analysis. These datasets had name and address fields present, and these are the fields that we used for the tests. For comparison, we benchmarked Close Enough against Febrile methods, as well as the package test distance. One important note here, because Close Enough does include vectorized versions of string similarity methods that utilize multiprocessing, we felt that the best way to compare that to other string similarity methods that don't utilize multiprocessing was to implement NumPy's vectorize, which basically applies a function to every element in an array. We tested a series of string comparison methods between Close Enough, Febrile, and text distance. These include bag similarity, which compares strings by element frequency while ignoring the order of elements within a string, cosine similarity, which measures how similar overall patterns of words or characters are between two strings, edit similarity, which includes two methods, the Levenshtein similarity, which counts insertions, deletions, and substitutions, and the Demarest-Levenshtein similarity, which adds adjacent transpositions to Levenshtein. Additionally, we included Yarrow-Winkler, which assigns scores based on character matches and shared prefixes, as well as longest common substring, which finds the longest ordered matching subsequence between two strings. These are all commonly used string comparators that are essential for complex record linkage. Additionally, all three packages we have that we're testing contain these string comparators. We ensured that within each string comparison test, the packages calculated similar results. I'll now get into the results of our benchmarking tests. To begin with, here's the speed comparisons for Close Enough and text distance across name and address fields on the smaller dataset of 175,000 rows. We looked at the average speed for each calculation across 10 rounds of testing. Right off the bat here, you can see that the Demarest-Levenshtein edit similarity speed is much slower than the other tests. Let's reduce the y-axis down to get a better sense of how the other tests compare to one another. So here, we're just taking a closer look at the graphs from the previous slide. We see a general trend of close enough functions performing better than text distance. Across the board, both single core and multi-processing versions of close enough are faster than text distance, with only text distance's Yarrow-Winkler performing similar to close enough's multi-processing version. One interesting result is that the 4-core multi-processing version of close enough takes slightly longer than the single-core version with these similarity methods. This is due to the overhead from managing multiple workers, which can outweigh the benefits for smaller data sets. The bag similarity calculation and longest common substring similarity calculation for the address tests are the only cases where using multiprocessing is slightly faster than the single core version. Overall, this demonstrates a trade-off between using multiprocessing techniques and dataset size. However, whether a user chooses to use either the single core or multiprocessing version of close enough's methods, they will likely get a comparison that's calculated faster than text distance. Similarly, when comparing close enough to Febrel across name and address columns for the smaller dataset, we see a similar pattern emerge with close enough performing faster than Febrel across the board. In this view, we can see that close enough is noticeably faster in the 2 edit similarities and the longest common substring similarity. Once again, taking a closer look at the graphs from the previous slide, we see that the 4 core versions of the string similarity methods run longer than the single core versions, with the exception of the bag similarity and longest common substrings for the address field comparison tests. So overall, for the 175,000 row data set, we see that there's a trade-off between using multiprocessing techniques with dataset size. However, with these tests, we see that close enough overall provides a faster calculation than Febrel or text distance, regardless of whether a user chooses the single core or 4-core variation. So like I mentioned before, there's a trade-off between the dataset size and the multifunctional processing. And because we saw this, we wanted to test this with a larger data set. So here we're looking at the results of close enough compared to text distance across name and address columns for the 1 million row data set. From this view, we see similar results from the tests with the smaller data sets, with close enough appearing faster than text distance, and with text distance's Damerel-Levenstein especially taking longer than close enough's version. However, zooming into the graphs show a different story from the last round of testing. So taking a closer look at the graphs from the previous slide, we found that for most string comparators, when vectorized methods are used, the 4-core multiprocessing version is faster than the single-core version, with only Yarrow-Winkler and the edit similarity calculation performing similarly across the single and 4-core versions. Although sometimes it's not by a wide margin, the time saved can be crucial once the size of the data sets are scaled even farther. When the number of rows of a data set especially crosses over 1 million, every second saved matters. When running this larger scale data test with close enough and Febrel, we see the same patterns emerge, with close enough performing faster than Febrel, especially with the Levenstein, Damerel-Levenstein, and longest common substring calculations. When we zoom in closer to those graphs, we see that for most of the string comparators, the 4-core multiprocessing version of close enough performs slightly better than the single-core version, with the edit and Yarrow-Winkler similarity as the exceptions in the address comparison tests. So overall, for the 1 million row test, we see that multiprocessing is faster than the single core version for most cases. This means that the overhead for managing multiple workers is worth using when the data sets are scaled upwards. Most importantly, with these tests, we see that close enough overall provides a faster calculation than federal or text distance, regardless of whether the user chooses the single core or 4-core variation. With these various benchmarking tests we've done, we've concluded that overall using close enough for string similarity comparisons is faster than the other packages we've tested. Close enough's string comparators ultimately were able to arrive at a similar result much faster than other packages. Its vectorized versions of the functions especially make this ideal to use with larger data sets. Furthermore, with being able to import close enough into Python scripts like other packages, it's easy to integrate close enough into pre-existing pipelines. Lastly, these were the tests that we ran with the name and address data sets available to us, but we encourage you all to try it out for yourself and see how it works for your data. We've included our GitHub link here in case anyone's interested in checking this package out. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Nika. Great job also. Our next presenter will be Clayton, who also is from the Census Bureau. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I think I have my slides up now. Can everyone see them? Just going to assume you can, but
yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you for joining us this morning. I'm happy to talk about some of the work that my team and I have been doing at the Census Bureau to try to make it easier for especially large companies who are trying to respond to the annual integrated economic survey, specifically how we can make the matching addresses part of that survey easier. So just to give a little bit of background on the Annual Integrated Economic Survey, or AIES, this is a re-engineered survey that was designed to integrate and replace 7 previously existing annual business surveys into a single streamlined survey. One of the major focuses of the AIES has been collecting data via spreadsheets. And one of the first sections of the AIES asks companies to verify a list of addresses that the Census Bureau has on file for them. So the Census Bureau sends the company a spreadsheet of the addresses that we already have on file for them, and we ask the company to do some address matching to compare their internal list of locations to the spreadsheet that we've given them. Specifically, we also ask the company to mark any closed locations and add new rows for locations that might have opened since the last time we contacted them. So really what we're asking companies to do is we're asking them to do record linkage for us. And especially for really larger companies, that can be pretty burdensome on them. If you have hundreds or even thousands of locations and really no experience doing record linkage, it's a lot of manual work for them to match our list of locations to what they have on their own systems, especially if we're talking about needing to add new rows for locations that have recently opened, or mark rows for deletion that correspond to old locations that have closed. So when we're talking about making responding to the AIES easier, it makes sense for us to talk about shifting that burden from the company back onto the Census Bureau, because the Census Bureau has a lot of experience and tools doing record linkage. So the idea behind this project was, instead of the Census Bureau sending a company a spreadsheet, why don't we ask companies to just give us their locations, and we'll work on streamlining the address matching process. What we've come up with at a high level is an iterative process that involves preparing, validating, reviewing, matching, and then reviewing again. So we start with getting a spreadsheet of locations from the company. We do a little bit of work to convert that into a standardized template. We then run what's called a validation step. And the point of the validation step is really just to make sure that the addresses that we've received from the company match some basic quality checks. We review that output, then move on to the matching step, look at the output of the matching step, And then we envision going back to the company with questions. We don't expect to get all of the matching or all the validation done right the first time. So it's really important that Census use staff who are really working with the company directly and know what the company is trying to communicate with us. One of the first steps that I mentioned in this iterative process was the validating step. So one of the things that we have just observed working with this ad hoc address matching is that the quality of the matches you get out of the system depends a lot on the quality of the addresses you feed into it. So we've devised this validation step to try to flag and fix automatically some of the common problems that we've observed just from looking at some of the address data sets we've been given. One of the things that we look for are duplicates. It's a common mistake for a company to accidentally copy the same address multiple times. So we can identify those and just mark them to go back to the company and ask, hey, did you mean to include this twice? We also see consistently Excel does not like zip codes. That leading 0 can cause a lot of problems, but thankfully we can identify those kinds of problems, and most of the time we can correct them. Similarly, we can check to make sure the state abbreviations that we've been given are correct. But really the most important step of this validation step is to fill in any missing address components. So one of the things we ask companies to do is to provide their address in multiple fields. First as the street number and the street name, then we provide the city, state, and zip code. And if one of those address components is missing, that makes matching later more difficult. Thankfully, there are some publicly available tools like the Census Geocoder that we can use to help fill in some of those gaps. But the goal of this validating step is to end up with a single, full, standardized address. Once we're satisfied with the basic quality of the address files we've been given, we can then move on to the matching step. And remember, we're starting with 2 files. We're starting with a file of addresses given to us by the company and a file of addresses that we already have from the Census Bureau. And we want to merge those files first in what's called a blocking step. We use a couple of different variables for that blocking. A couple examples of that include the store number. Store number is a unique identifier provided by the company, but it's not always present, so we often fall back to merging on state. The idea behind the blocking is just to reduce the number of possible candidate matches we have to consider. But even after blocking, especially if we block on state, we end up with a lot more candidate matches than we could really feasibly work with. So we then pass those candidate matches on to an initial filter just using the edit distance to try to reduce the number of candidate matches that we then pass on to our record linkage model. I'm going to go into more detail on the record linkage model next, but at this point, I really just want to focus on the outputs of that model. So there are 2 possible outcomes if the matching process does not find a good match. If the original address came from Census's file and we could not find a good match on the file the company gave us, that seems to indicate a closure. The reverse of that is a possible add, where an address seems to exist on the file the company gave us and we can't find a good match for it on the Census file. The other 2 outcomes are cases where the model finds a match, but the model is differing in how certain it is about that match. So if the model is not confident in the match, those get output as possible matches. And if the model is extremely confident about the match, those get output as exact matches. The reason we make this distinction between possible and exact matches are exact matches require a lot less manual work from Census staff. So we want to try to maximize the number of exact matches we can get to sort of minimize the amount of work that Census staff have to do. Now I'm going to get into some more of the weeds of the specifics of our record linkage model. And for this project, we used what's called a Siamese neural network. As I'm describing this, I really hope you'll agree with me that it sounds like it was built with record linkage in mind. And the basic idea of a Siamese neural network comes from what's called a 2-tower approach. So we have tower A on the left and tower B on the right. And address pairs are passed through their respective towers. So 100 East Main Street goes through Tower A, whereas the other address, 100E Main Street, goes through Tower B. As a researcher, you have a lot of flexibility in designing these two towers. For our project, we kept this pretty simple. So each address, for instance, 100 East Main Street, is first passed through what's called an embedding layer. And that embedding layer just used what are called pre-trained word vectors. So each word, 100 East Main Street, is passed through that embedding layer and transformed into arrays of numbers, one array for each word. So 100 has its own array, East has its own array. And then those arrays are sequentially passed to the next step in the tower, which is a long short-term memory, or LSTM network. And those sequential arrays are then combined into a single array. I'm going to talk a little more in a little bit about LSTMs, but at this point, I really just want to think about the flow of the data through this process. We start with an address. Those get embedded into a multidimensional, high-dimensional space. Each of those arrays are then passed to an LSTM, and what comes out of the LSTM is a single array of numbers. The same thing happens with Tower B on the right, and so you end up with two arrays of numbers that are encoding your address. As you train the Siamese neural network, you're teaching it to push addresses that are similar to each other closer together in that numerical space, and addresses that are different from each other, you want it to push them further away. So if you think about any string similarity measure, like the edit distance, you can also think about a Siamese neural network as a learned string similarity, because you take words and what comes out of it is a measure of how similar those two are from each other. Now to pop open the hood a little more, I want to talk a little bit about that LSTM component, or long short-term memory component. The way a long short-term memory neural network works is that it basically reads one word at a time from left to right, similar to how we would typically read a sentence in English. One of the consequences of that left to right approach is that if you're reading an address from left to right and you're currently on the city word, you're not able to look ahead. You're only able to look at the words to the left of city when you're trying to decide whether the addresses are similar or not. Thankfully, there's an easy way to get around that by using what's called a bidirectional LSTM. And it sounds a lot fancier than it actually is. It's really just combining two LSTMs, one that reads left to right and one that reads right to left. And then you concatenate the results of those two networks. This is computationally harder to train, but because the model is now able to look at words to the left and to the right, it tends to be more accurate. So now that I've gotten into a lot of detail about the specifics of our model, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about why we ended up here with the Siamese neural network. And specifically, I want to talk about this in terms of two alternatives. So there are traditional methods like Foleggi and Sunter, and we saw the Siamese neural network as really a more flexible alternative to those traditional methods. The idea here being that we're able to take advantage of what are called pre-trained word vectors, remember from that embedding layer, to leverage transfer learning. In context of address matching, that means the pre-trained word vectors already recognize synonyms for our context. I don't have to spend a lot of time pre-cleaning our data to sort of teach the model that east means the same thing as E period. Similarly, I don't have to spend any time pre-processing like street or road, northwest, northeast, anything like that. The pre-trained word vectors do a really good job of sort of embedding that knowledge into the model. Given that we're looking for a more flexible model than some of these traditional methods, it's worth asking, why didn't we just go sort of to the cutting edge approach of like an LLM, for instance? And really this ties back to one of our main use cases for this model, and the fact that it needs to run on census staff's laptop. So LLMs and transformer-based networks are fantastic, but they're really expensive to train, and they're also expensive to use. Siamese neural network, on the other hand, we could train on an on-premises server just using CPU, and the model itself can run on my laptop, the same laptop that I'm presenting these slides from. So that's why I call this a Goldilocks zone. To train this neural network, we were really fortunate to have about 285,000 observations of previously labeled address pairs. Our team had worked with those data in prior projects. So we split it into 85% training, 15% validation. We trained the model for about 30 epochs and ended up with a final training accuracy of about 100% and a final validation accuracy of about 96%. That sounds fantastic. The problem is, does it work in real life? So we're really glad that this model runs on a laptop. And so far, 4 companies have sent us lists of locations they'd like our help matching. And the number of locations for these companies ranged between 400 and 1,700 locations. And the model was able to find exact matches for about 77% of them. This is not perfect. This is a far cry less than the 96% validation accuracy we had in training. But the fact that we're able to reduce the amount of manual work by about 77% is really promising. So this leads us to where we're trying to take this model next. As we firmly step into AIES Year 2, we're looking to train more census staff on how to use this process, incorporate new companies' data into the process, and really just elicit feedback from companies and from census staff, so that we can expand the use of this process in Year 2 and hopefully make life easier for a lot of these large companies. Longer term, though, we're thinking about Census's longer goals of trying to introduce more direct data feeds. The Census Bureau really wants to encourage systems where companies are able to send us our data with the click of a button. And so as we continue developing this process, we want to be making sure that it aligns with that ultimate goal of really just allowing companies to be able to give us whatever they've got, and we handle it from there. So thank you all for listening. I think we're saving questions till the end, but feel free to send me any in the meantime if you have them.
Thank you, Clayton. Well done also. Our last speaker will be Jonah from RTI, so I'll turn the time over to him. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, my name is Jonah Breakstone. I am a software developer at the Research Triangle Institute, and I'm presenting some work today that my team performed using social media data to augment traditional surveillance methods. So, quick outline. I'm going to talk about what social media listening is, kind of on a broad 101 level. I'm going to give some details about the project. I'm going to talk about the implementation, how we actually built this, and then look at some visualization and analysis that we produced, talk about some key findings, and then wrap up. So, okay, to set the context, this was work that was done with the FDA. And the Food and Drug Administration's main goal is to ensure the safety of food and drugs for American consumers. And the way this is done is through monitoring and surveillance. And there are, as you might imagine, the FDA has lots of ways of doing this. And this can range from monitoring hospital records, producing lab results, and like official venues of adverse event reporting. Someone feeling sick after using a drug or eating some food, consuming some food, can go to an FDA website and submit a form about their reaction, about their experience. These methods are good. They do a pretty darn good job of protecting the American consumer, but there are certain limitations. The big one is underreporting. There's lots of people who feel ill after eating food, and they don't. Their first instinct is not to go to the FDA website and submit a form, which makes sense. That's reasonable. There's also an inherent time lag in a lot of these surveillance methods. So given that, why might social media listening help out in this case? Well, there's three things that I'll talk about. The first is what we call near real-time data collection. So rather than having to wait for maybe a hospital record to end up in a system and then to be aggregated up to the FDA, this is people posting online is pretty close to real time. So you can get at the that time lag that I was talking about. The other thing about social media is that there's a lot of it. Often people use social media listening to augment traditional methods when they are not able to get enough survey responses, or for some reason would like to increase the amount of data that they're looking at. So that is kind of a big benefit here. The other thing that happens in social media, and this is either a negative or a positive depending on what your use case is, but users are using their own voices. So there is no prescriptive form or survey that is asking about maybe specific foods or specific symptoms. Instead, folks are going on and the prompt is like, what is happening? What are you thinking about? Tell us how your day is. And people are putting in their own voice their experience with food and drugs. So let's talk about some important limitations. Social media data is not fully representative of the general population. And the FDA's mandate is to protect all American consumers, not just ones who have Twitter accounts. So that's a really important thing to put out there. And because of this, social media listening is really best used in conjunction with other more traditional monitoring methods. So that's kind of the case here, where the FDA has these existing methods, and the idea is, can we augment this with social media data? There's other limitations, including limited user demographic information. So someone is not filling out a full form. Someone is simply saying, I had a tummy ache after eating this. And so you don't know all the different details that might help you more quickly or better address an adverse event if you had the full form. The other thing that I'm going to talk about is that social media listening is not zero cost or even a particularly low cost research method. And this I'm going to touch on more, but this is kind of a developing story over the past 2 or 3 years about how social media listening has gone from this kind of quick and easy win, I think in a lot of cases, to a more complex process. Yeah. Okay, so the project that this work came out of was with an FDA research team who were interested in novel food products. And a novel food product is defined as a food that is sold to consumers that is using a process to produce it that was not previously used for foods. And that can mean a lot of different things, but for our use case, what a lot of this means is like alternative proteins. So the big products in novel food products are vegetarian and vegan alternative proteins. Your Beyond Meat, your Impossible Burger, that type of stuff. And there's a wide range here, but what this presentation will focus on is mostly that. And this team at the FDA, they were really interested in kind of specific social media data where they felt there was a conversation happening that they were missing out on. And this was happening on Twitter or X, and it was also happening on Reddit. And this was new and interesting to me, but there are these subreddits where people go and they describe their experience with these protein alternatives, or generally with novel food products. Our Veggie, Our Vegan are places where it's like kind of a collection of consumer-generated sentiment and research about how people feel about these, whether or not they liked how they taste, or whether or not they made them feel ill. So that is kind of the research parameters. So what did we actually produce here? Well, what we wanted to do is we wanted to get out a lot of social media data, and we were going to retrieve it and store it, and we were going to query the data that we had available to us based on these topics and categories. So specific products and specific categories. And then from this, we wanted to produce a dashboard that would let the research team not only see kind of overall trends in the data, but also like explore down to the minutia of individual mentions. And the idea here is that this tool would let the team do a few different things. The first is that they could kind of confirm with their existing traditional monitoring methods, when there was a flare-up, do we see that same flare-up of adverse events shown in the social media data? And the other thing that we hope this would achieve is that we would surface new products or new trends or new influencers in the novel food product space that the FDA would want to have on their radar. Okay, so the first step here is actually getting at the social media data. And the team that I work with has done this before. And in the past, what we've always done is something called direct retrieval. That is, these social media companies have APIs that an engineer can connect to, and you can pull down data. And that's kind of always been the quickest and easiest way to start getting at that. What we've found over kind of the past 3 or 4 years is that the API landscape here is changing pretty dramatically. Not only like the API contract that you'll have with a social media company, but just like, is it even feasible to get at the data anymore through a like researcher to social media company relationship? And in past projects, we've had to go back and basically re-engineer stuff as these APIs have changed. And that's made direct retrieval pretty cumbersome and in some cases, like not workable. There's a lot to be said about why this is happening, and someone with a business degree might be able to explain it better than I can. But basically, in the past 3 or 4 years, these companies have moved out of the business of making their data available to hobbyists and researchers. And instead, this data is now monetized for generative AI training. And that means that giving it away for free via an API is no longer part of the process. So what did we do for this project to try to overcome that? Well, we looked at commercial tools. And these tools have a different relationship to social media companies than either RTI or the FDA has. They have basically these data agreements in place to be data brokers between the social media companies and brands that are doing social media marketing. And so what we used in this project was called Brandwatch, but there's a variety of these. And these are marketing tools. They're for a brand to see how people are talking about their products, how many people are talking about their products, how their own posts on social media are performing. And so it's not a tool that instinctively you would say this should be used by the FDA to help regulate this industry or to help monitor for adverse events. And so that was kind of this research question, which is like, given that direct retrieval isn't possible or it's going to be too cumbersome, are there commercial tools we can use that can effectively be used by this FDA team? So some more implementation details here. We built kind of a data pipeline that was pulling daily from Brandwatch all the mentions that we had outlined. We wrote this big Boolean of all of the products that the research team was interested in a few different categories. And we pull that all down via API, hold that in a Postgres database we were running on AWS. And in the 2022 to 2023 time range, which is what we were studying, we found about 1.5 million mentions that match this Boolean. And so now we have it in our database, and now it's time to both visualize and analyze that. So the first thing we did, which was pretty simple, is we made some time series. You can see here the over time mention volume from a variety of different social media sources. That's that top chart. And then below that, we're charting the same timeline volume on the y-axis, but we're charting it with sentiment. So Brandwatch provides sentiment analysis where they're categorizing each of the mentions that we pull down between negative, positive, and neutral. And we can show this over time. And the idea here is that hopefully we would see when there are adverse events happening, you could see a spike in negative sentiment going on. All this data is available in tabular format as well on the dashboard. And the idea here was that given that we've seen a spike, that there's some trend that's worth exploring, we can pull in from those dates, filter down by source, by product type, and sentiment. You can actually see individual posts. And you'll see in this screenshot, some of the posts we are able to pull, but because of these kind of changing data agreements, some of the posts we have to just link out to. So for some social media companies, they won't even let Brandwatch provide that text via their API. And so the best you got is a link, which makes this social media exploration tricky, but still possible. Another visualization that we came up with that I wanted to show off was this kind of bubble chart, we called it. And what we're doing here is on the x-axis, we have mentioned volume. Beyond Meat, being in the far right there, has the most mentions from our period, our sample of social media. On the y-axis is sentiment score. So we've turned that sentiment score into an integer, and then we've taken the mean, and you can see that at the neutral sentiment there, that's the line in the middle. Those are products that are most basically averaging out to neutral sentiment. And then you have products that have a more negative sentiment score. Impossible Foods is down there. And then anything above that line is trending more positive. We're also showing the impact score. And this is another kind of proprietary metric that the Brandwatch, the data broker commercial tool, gives us to say, like, how meaningful in the social media space are these posts that you're looking at. And this can show like the difference between an influencer account in, let's say, novel food products and like an anonymous user's post on a subreddit. And so it's taking in a few different stuff, kind of a special commercial tools cocktail. But that's what that circle is. And this tool is really cool because this actually, we discovered some interesting things, and the FDA team discovered some interesting things using this to kind of surface brands that maybe they didn't know about, that were like, they saw were trending negative and had a decent amount of mention volume, and so were worth looking into. And this was also available via a tabular format as well. So let me talk about what some key findings are. The big thing that we found, which was great, is that people are talking about these products on social media. So people were posting about their adverse events. People were posting about their sentiment about these products. And so the FDA's kind of research interest here was validated out, that this conversation is happening, and it's happening in these places that we theorized. So that was really interesting. The other thing that we found was that in our sample, there was lots of what we're calling resolvable adverse events. That is, adverse events that are resolved on their own within a week. Those are people are talking about that on social media, and they're really not talking about that in the other official FDA reporting mechanisms. So these cases are not ending up in hospital records, and they're not ending up on the kind of official FDA adverse event monitoring database. So that was really great. That means that social media data can kind of fill in this underreporting issue. The other thing that we found in our sample from 2022 to 2023, there was really like one large adverse event that happened in June of 2022 around a Daily Harvest recall. And this event was very well represented in the social media data. Not only people describing their adverse event, but people also talking about the subsequent FDA recall. And this was so well represented in the data that in 2022, there was actually more mentions we found of alternative proteins on social media created mostly from this event than with all of 2023. So that was really interesting, that not only was the people's adverse events being recorded there, but people's reaction to the FDA recall was also there. So that was exciting to see. Okay, to kind of wrap up some lessons learned, we were excited by the research team's reaction to the data visualization. They said that this, they found stuff that hadn't been on their radar that they wanted to look into, and so that was kind of exciting for next steps. And then the big thing that I learned during this process is just how complex social media listening has become. Like, it used to be the case that hobbyists and researchers had pretty easy and simple ways to access this data and to access it at a low cost. And that, I think, kind of drove the interest generally in social media listening, because it seemed like this is low-hanging fruit. Why wouldn't we augment some of our traditional monitoring methods with this? And I think it's really changed in the past 3-4 years. And this type of process has become more complex. It's become more expensive. And I think in some cases it is still worth pursuing, but it is It's a real different ballgame than it was 4 years ago. And I'm really interested to see what people think of that, and if other people have had similar experiences doing social media listening, and to see what people do in the future around this space. Okay, just wrapping up, big thanks to my teammates here, Alex, Glenn, and Stephanie, who both helped execute the project and also helped me put together this presentation. Thank you very much. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jonah, and very well done, everyone. Excellent presentations. They did note that the recordings from these presentations will be available after the conference is over. So anyway, I know I'm looking forward to that to hopefully implement some of these ideas in my work. We didn't have a whole lot of questions in the chat. I'll share what we have there at this point, and feel free to keep adding to it. We do have a little bit of time. There was one question for Nika that she answered, wondering about how the Census Bureau's move to the cloud would change the calculations and the trade-offs for that. And her answer was that she thought moving to the cloud would make a difference because their package uses multiprocessing across 4 cores, which could be a heavy lift on local machines. So access to cloud resources means that they can crunch more data faster, but there still is a trade-off between single and multi-core processing. Cloud flexibility could help minimize the gap as data scale up. And then there was one suggestion on the mentioned volume, maybe using a log scale. That was all that I had in the chat. I did have one question, Clayton, on your presentation. I was wondering with the addresses if you found any differences in regional areas. So, for example, I know that the format of addresses maybe in Wisconsin would be different than Ohio, and did that?
Yeah, because we ask companies to input their addresses across multiple fields, the company is adding the street number and the street name in a single column, the city in a second column. So we sort of avoid some of that problem just by breaking the problem down for them. I think one problem that we did run into was how to handle addresses in like Puerto Rico. Sometimes we get foreign addresses, and especially with foreign addresses, they'll give us what's called a postal code. So if we're expecting a number, sometimes postal codes actually have letters in them. We've seen, if you can imagine a problem with an address, we've probably seen it at this point. But yeah, we definitely do see regional differences.
Something we run into often too.
Sure.
With farms on the United States-Canada border, we'll run into the address or the zip codes that contain alpha characters.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Does anyone have anything else or comments that they would like to bring up? I guess that will conclude this session. Thank you so much for everyone who worked on the presentations. Just excellent and great information there. So very well done, and appreciate your time.
Welcome and thank you for waiting. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode for the duration of today's session. Today's session is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I would now like to turn the call over to your host for this session, Daniel. Daniel, you may begin.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. I'm Danny Todd, and I'm the moderator today for session 2A, Advances in Computer Assisted Coding. Thanks for joining. This session is being held to inform interested parties of research and to encourage discussion. The views expressed are those of the authors and not those of the Fed-CASIC committee, moderator, or sponsoring agencies. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. Attendees can submit written questions using the Q&A feature, which is at the bottom center or right side of your WebEx screen. Please take a moment to locate that now. If you don't see the Q&A button, click the panel options, the 3 dots in the lower right corner, and make sure that when you're submitting questions, you specify the presenter to whom you're directing your question. After all presentations, we'll have time for questions. If you encounter any technical issues during the session, try exiting the session and rejoining using the WebEx browser version. If technical issues persist, please contact fedcasic@bls.gov. Session recordings will be posted on the Fed-CASIC website after the conference has concluded. And first up today, we have Curtis Chapman from the U.S. Census Bureau. And yeah, take it away, Curtis.
Hi, everybody. So like he said, I'm Curtis Chapman, and I'm going to be talking to you today about a tool that I made to simplify the coding of open-ended text responses that I've used for surveys kind of from my experience, and has really helped in a lot of ways. So let's start to think about coding open-ended responses through this example. So say you have a survey question that allows multiple responses. What are important reasons to fill out the census? And you have multiple choice boxes you can tick, A, B, C, D, E, and then you have an other option where you can write in. Well, when you're analyzing something like this, it can be really time consuming. So you have to have somebody on staff who has an idea of how to do this, and they have to go through each one. And say you have 1,000 responses, that takes quite a bit of time to label each one. And if you have 10,000 responses or 1,000,000 responses, it's even more. So there are faster ways to do this, but they require technical knowledge, right? You have some knowledge of software or knowledge of natural language processing or programming of some kind. And you usually kind of have to have those things to speed things up, unless you're a very experienced labeler of this sort of thing. So your options, if you're running the survey in this case, are to include the question that's open-ended and deal with its drawbacks. Just have people take the time to analyze it, or find the staff that has the technical knowledge to do it. You can include the question, but then just maybe analyze it in the future. Sometime I've come across people with data sets like this where they hope that someday they'll get to analyze the cool open-ended question, but they haven't done it yet because it wasn't pressing. And it took too much time. Or you could just end up excluding it, which can really be a shame in the long run if that was something that would provide real insights to your survey. So my tool is built to help solve these problems. I call it the Top Words Labeling Assistant. I used to call it the Top End tool. That's what the title of the presentation is. I find that's a bit less transparent, so I'm looking for something else. I don't find Top Words Labeling Assistant too easily rolling off the tongue, so if you have ideas, let me know. But what this does is it decreases the time required for labeling. It utilizes the natural language processing tools that I mentioned, but the user doesn't need to know how to do those things. The user only needs to know how to use Microsoft Excel or some such tool, spreadsheet tool. So let's talk about this and approach it through a sort of typical labeling case to sort of highlight why it's useful. And we'll take that question that I gave earlier as the example. So this is a set of 9 responses to that question. These are fake. This is based off of a specific survey question I've worked with, but all the responses are fake, based on real responses. And people said things like, oh, it can be used for scientific research. I was told I had to do it. I don't know much about this. If I don't do the survey, you send people to bother me. You can do it for genealogy purposes, or I don't know, I just fill it out. Genealogy research, historical records, genealogy research. You see some themes here, right? So in the typical case, you might have a labeling scheme that you've already set out, because it might be some legacy study where this has been done before, or it might be something where you're creating the labels from whole cloth and you're going one by one through them. Well, if you're doing that, you'd say, okay, well, this one deserves some label like research. This one, we could call it required. This one, I'll call it I don't know. There are typically a lot of those in open-ended responses, and so on. You do the rest. And the what you have here is you have a set of responses. This is the typical sort of time-consuming way to do it, where all of the responses are really in a random order, and the labels don't necessarily happen all together in any sort of way. But let's think about this in a different way. If we highlight the different categories that we end up with here, these 4 different categories, and then we imagine that we had encountered them in this order instead, where things are actually grouped together. How would that change your labeling process? Well, imagine these labels aren't here. We look at the first one and we say, okay, well, they're not color-coded either in this fantasy world. You say, okay, this one deserves the label research. And you see the next one, you say, oh, that one deserves the label research too. And then at that point, you might go, oh, maybe the next one deserves the label research, and so on. And it does, and it does. And then you hit one and, oh, this deserves a new label. Okay. And you notice that the next one deserves the same label, and so on. And what this kind of leads to is a situation where you are confirming that a label responds to a response rather than deciding in each individual basis. You get one, and then you're confirming that the next one actually belongs to that category. And if you expand this out to imagine that this wasn't 4, but say 50, and this wasn't 2, but was say 20, this can really start to save some time, because what I've found is that confirming is actually a lot faster than deciding for each individual one. And that's what this tool is kind of taking advantage of. So this is how it works. You have your responses, and you have words that are in common across your responses. Research, genealogy, don't, in this example. And what we do is we run the data set through the tool, and it will put columns like this on it. Boop. Genealogy. This shows that the word genealogy is present in this response, and this response, and this response. The word research is present in this response, and this response, and this response, and same for don't. So now we have a set of columns that have words that are indicative of labels that we could use, and we can rearrange the data set by those columns to make it easier to label in the way that I've already spoken about. So now we suspect that any response that has the word genealogy or the word research in it is going to deserve that research label. And it turns out they do. When you get to the next word, maybe you don't have as much of an idea what don't will indicate, but you think, oh, maybe that's something that will be useful. And you start to label. You say, okay, this one deserves a label required. The next one deserves a different label, but you might have an indication as you go through that, maybe responses that have the word don't tend to be from just a small pool of labels, like required and I don't know. So you're confirming based on a subset of labels rather than sort of trying to figure it out for each one. Even in this case, it's a little bit better than just having to figure it out for every single one. And for ones that you don't have common words in, you do have to figure it out for each one, just like the old case. But using the tool, that's some small percentage, or even if it were half of the responses that you're dealing with, you've still sped up the coding of half of the data set, which is a huge, huge boon in my experience. It saves hours of labeling time. And just to show you how this groups things based on the labels that we had before, you now have some semblance of a perfect grouping that we had before by using this grouping method. So now I'll demo what the actual tool looks like for you. So this is something I made in Streamlit, which you can create, which was made via Python code. And anybody within the census can use this tool in particular. And the link was on the bottom of the slides to access that internal page where you can get access to it. But if anybody's interested in this, I'll display my contact information. You can contact me about getting the code to run this for yourself. So in this tool, you have, I'm going to zoom in case people are on some smaller screens. You have instructions on how to use it in a little accordion here, and you have a format or an example of what the data should be formatted like in your CSV that you give to the tool. And then you have a place where you drag and drop your file. So you can drag and drop or you can browse. I'm going to go ahead and browse and use this public domain Shakespeare dataset rather than some internal census survey dataset that I can't show you. So when you do that, it brings up a preview of the data and it brings up a sidebar for some options on how you're going to process it. So the preview is really useful for seeing, okay, my text responses are in this column like I thought they were. And that column is called player line. That'll be very important. My data also has other things like what play the line came from in Shakespeare, what character is saying it in the play, so on. But what's really important is where are those text responses that I want to categorize, that I want to label. That's what you put as your response column. You see all your columns here, and I'm going to choose player line. The other most important thing that's already filled in for you here, but you can change, is the number of the most frequent words, the most common words. Let's default to 20. And this runs really easily, so you can change this up and iterate on it as much as you like, but I'm going to go ahead and just get the most frequent words using just the top 20 and look at the results. So what it displays down here is some results, which is the data set, the first 50 rows of the data set, I should say, so that you can preview what your data is going to look like with things attached. It takes your original data, this was your response column, and it cleans it up in a natural language processing sort of way, where it makes everything lowercase, and it takes away punctuation, and it gets rid of really common words that don't have a lot of content to them, like articles, a, and, the, or small words like that, or to. Those all disappear, and you just get mainly nouns and verbs that have a lot of content to them, or that tend to have more content to them. And then it adds those common words to your data set. This cleaned up version is where the common words come from. It counts the incidence of every word and takes the most common 20 of those words. So in this data set, it's thou, shall, thy, thee, good, well, etc. And maybe not all these are useful for you, but maybe you're labeling this data set based on sort of emotion words like good and love. So maybe it is useful to have this one in particular. You see, okay, that word is going to be really good for my labeling, and so is this one. But maybe you see some that aren't so useful. Thou, shall, thy, thee. Now you can, it's never going to be 100% useful words, and sometimes you have to figure it out whether they're useful or not. But I can pretty much tell you that thou and thy and thee are not going to be good words. They're the type of words that would have been removed from the natural language pre-processing step, except that they're Victorian, so they're not in the list. But with the tool, we can put those words that we know aren't useful in this words to ignore list, just separated by a comma. So I'll put thou, shall, be in there, and then just rerun this. What I get is the top 20 excluding those. Still have 20 words here, but no longer are there thou, thy, thee, shall here at the front. Well, something else you might think is, okay, well, I've used this data set before, and or this kind of data set before, and I know that there's going to be some, I've peeked at the responses. I know there's going to be some responses that have this word in it, or I suspect that this theme will show up and these words are associated with the theme. So maybe I know that I care about position or like rank, and I want to include the word Duke in here. Well, you can include that as a flag. So even if it's not in the top most frequent words, it'll show up in your data set. You can attach it and organize by that word. Now I have those top 20 words, Duke. So that's a really useful aspect of this too. You might also think, oh, but what if, sometimes people say things in phrases like 2020 census, or if you're doing something about American history, maybe Declaration of Independence or Articles of Confederation, US Constitution. Those are what we call n-grams. 2 grams and 3 grams are 2-word phrases or 3-word phrases. And you can attach those to your data set too. The most common, let's say 5 2-word phrases and 5 3-word phrases. If we do that, we do the analysis with that and attach those, then we'll have the top 20 overall. Then we'll have the top 5 2-word phrases, let us, farewell, seen to. And we'll have the top 3-word phrases, Lord High Constable, came, saw, overcame, etc. And just like the single word phrases, these might not be useful, but I find that often they are indicative of something that's going on in the data set that you care about. And so, 1 or 2 of them at least will be useful. Naturally, 3 and 2-word phrases are less common than single words and often contain some of those most common single words, but might be more interesting together than apart. Another thing that this tool can do for you is what's called stemming. People familiar with linguistics will know what this is. Stemming is when you take the stem of a word, as in a word like love might show up as love, but it might also show up as loving or lover or loved. What stemming does is it takes off all those endings and makes all of those love words be counted as the same word. And in that, if you want to treat those all as the same thing, you use stemming. Often I find you just do want to do that so that you you're not looking for a particular version of a word. You are just looking for that sort of content that it conveys. So I would recommend it unless it severely confuses you, and then don't. But what it does is now you see the cleaned up version is a little different if we do the stemmed version of this. Now your fortune doesn't have an E on it. Your holy is with an I, or contrary is with an I on the end. And it looks a little weird and it might confuse you, but you can always refer back to the original data to see what it meant. And then your love will include lines that had not only love in it, but also loving, etc. And the final thing that I want to show you about this tool is if you have multiple questions on your survey that are open-ended, then you might want to do this to all of them at once rather than have to come back to this tool over and over again. In this case, it would be the equivalent of, oh, I want to see what the most common words are for each of these Shakespeare plays. And we have a column that indicates response and a column that indicates the question or the play. So we can group by that play, which is our equivalent of a question in your data set, and rerun it. And then what it does is it spits out the data set for that specific question, that specific play. This one is Romeo and Juliet. And it does the top words for that one. And it does the same thing for Hamlet and King John and Othello and Merchant of Venice and so on. And they each have their own words. Hamlet has Lord, yet, love, away. King John has must, even, upon, John. Othello has love, say. Not sure what T is. We'd have to see if we can find out what T is. Tis shows up a lot. So you might want to remove some of words like that, but you can see that it, is individualized to the individual play. And so there's a lot of flexibility in this, and it can really, believe me, go a long way in saving you time when you're labeling data sets, because instead of being in a randomized order, everything is in a little bit more organized of fashion. So that concludes my demo. Here's my contact information, and I look forward to chatting with you about this. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks a bunch, Curtis. Great work. Again, just a reminder to everyone, we do have the question answer feature in the bottom right of your screens. Feel free to shoot any questions you guys have in there for any of the presenters today. Up next, we have Jackson Chen and Yezi Angie Lee from Reveal Global Consulting. Jackson, if you want to share your screen and take it away.
Okay, is everyone able to see my screen?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, great. Hi everyone, welcome to my presentation on leveraging large language models and semantic search to enhance the industry and occupation auto-coding process in the American Community Survey. And so we'll get started on our agenda. So I'll introduce the American Community Survey and go a little bit into the current auto-coding. Afterwards, I'll be providing some information on how we improve the auto-coding process using large language models. And afterwards, I will be showing the quality control that we have implemented to analyze the performance of the autocoder and see how we can improve it for the long term. And finally, I will touch on some future work that we have in store. And so the American Community Survey is a monthly survey that is conducted by the U.S. Census Bureau, and it collects detailed demographic, social, economic, and housing data. And these information helps communities or local leaders make informed decisions on their community. And our research focuses on the occupation industry questions. And so on the right-hand side are the examples of the questions that is asked, and an example response that we would get back and see in the data. And so the question is, how can we improve the auto-coding process and be more efficient to reduce the manual effort of clerical coders? And so the current process uses two supervised machine learning models that incorporate logistic regression, n-gram frequencies, and other various demographic exploratory variables. It also uses data dictionaries, which utilizes the relationship between a word and a code to kind of show how likely is this word associated with a certain occupation or industry code. And so the industry model assigns the most appropriate of the 271 census industry codes, while the occupation model assigns the most appropriate of the 570 census occupation codes. And to determine what gets auto-coded or not, both machine learning models have a predicted probability of 88%. So if it's under 88%, it doesn't go through as auto-coded. It will have to go to the National Processing Center, or NPC. And so on the right-hand side, you see that the current autocoder has a match assignment rate of 45% for occupation, 54% for industry, and for joint, meaning occupation and industry gets both auto-coded, is 29%. So the remaining 71% gets sent to NPC. So now we'll get into how we make improvements to the autocoder. And so we are leveraging large language models to create vectors from these models. And these vectors are able to capture the semantic information from sentences or responses that come in, meaning that it will help the model understand the meaning of the sentences. And our model is pre-trained, so it doesn't need any historical data to train it like a machine learning model. And there are a bunch of models that we have tested, and so we wanted to see which one would provide the best performance and maximize efficiency. And we settled on GTE large. It is then augmented with the alphabetical index of occupation and industry. So on the right-hand side, you see the occupation alphabetical index. So it's just a lot of occupation titles with their associated census code. And we provide this data to our model so that it only selects these codes and not provide any other codes that does not exist. And so our first feature that we implemented is semantic search. So this helps us find similar vectors that are kind of similar in meaning, and we do this by cosine similarity. So it provides a similarity score, then the score are ranked by most similar to least similar. So on the right-hand side is a high-level explanation of how semantic search works. And so within the red dotted circle, you see two circles. One is green and blue, and so the green is firefighter, which we will say it's the query, and fireman is the one that the model grabs that finds it the most similar. And it makes sense because firefighter and fireman, they fight fire, they put out fires, and then firewood color is outside the red circle. So while fire is in the words, it doesn't mean the same exact thing. So something like fuzzy matching will pick up fire from all three words and kind of find them similar. So while cosine similarity does help us find similar terms for a query, there are cases where there are multiple codes for occupation title, perhaps due to having similar occupations in different industries. So we do a lot of work in the post-processing step to correct these codes. And our vector embeddings are stored in a vector database for efficient retrievals, because every time we run the model, we would have to create all these embeddings. So having them stored for the next time makes it more efficient. And another technique that we enhance the performance of the autocoder is fine-tuning. So with fine-tuning, we're able to change the weights that are in the large language models. And so we provided the alphabetical index of occupation and industry into the fine-tuning process. And so this allows our model to adapt to the domain, recognize the relationships between the industry and occupation codes. And so this generates two models similar to the current autocoder, one for industry and one for occupation. And then afterwards we run semantic search and assign the respective codes. And so this yielded us the biggest improvement compared to any other techniques tested. So we do want to continue on and seeing if we can make further improvements through fine-tuning. So now I'll get into evaluating the model performance. And we did separate the clerical and autocoder responses just so that we can have a direct comparison. If we have them combine both, it just gives us a very arbitrary rate. So they are separated. And compared to clerical, we are hovering around 41% for occupation and 57% for industry. While for the current autocoder, our large language model autocoder sits at 74% matching, and for industry 84%. So this gives us a high hope for matching with the clerical coder, and with the autocoder, we do want to continue matching with a higher rate. Here is two graphs to kind of show our current autocoder performance versus the large language model autocoder performance. And so the industry, they are sitting around the same matching rate, but occupation, the large language model autocoder kind of lags a bit. And there are definitely rooms to improve that occupation matching rate, which I'll show here. And so to give a little background on this is our autocoder provides top 5 most similar terms or responses to the query. And so if you can see on K1, versus K2, there is a big performance jump if we can determine which of the two choices matches the query the most. So from the first industry choice to the second industry choice, we see around a 8% increase or 6% increase, while occupation, there is a potential for 13% increase in the matching rate. And now I'll go into the quality check that we implement to analyze our models. And so I'll begin with the challenges in autocoding. There are complex responses that are given. This include misspellings, providing more than one title, or not even giving enough information. So some examples include none of your business, writing manufacturing instead of manufacturing, or only providing agent as a job title with no job description. So, this could probably mean real estate agent, insurance agent, or even spy agent. So we just don't know without any job description. And there are some challenges in the current autocoder. It relies on the data dictionaries. They aren't as frequently updated. So this results in a lower assignment rate of the industry and occupation as writing responses shift and evolve over time. So we want to, with the new autocoder, transition into Python and ensure that it can be maintained for the long term. And so the need for quality check, as mentioned before, includes that job titles and industry descriptions change over time. So our autocoder will have to adapt to them. But first, we need to identify them, of course. And there are also potentially human errors, whether it comes from clerical coders or the written responses. So we want to catch those information. And quickly we realize there is a bunch of different points in the data where the data is processed that new errors are introduced or something kind of unusual happens. So we want to capture these as quickly as possible. And some examples of the cases that we want to capture is new emerging job titles, such as influencer, prompt engineer, or AI engineer. There are sure to be more in the future. And we also want to look at written responses that has the same occupation industry, so like kind of similar responses, but perhaps they were maybe coded differently by either clerical coder or the autocoder. So we want to see why this happens. Maybe there is certain biases that are in the autocoder or the clerical coder. So here are the metrics we analyze. In the current autocoder, we look at matching rate. So this is how often an assigned code matches the code assigned by clerical coders. So we want to kind of monitor the performance and see if it performs as well as the clerical coders. We also look at edit rate. So this edit rate means the proportion of auto-coded codes that require MPC review or correction. So this metric allows us to see if the autocoder isn't performing as expected, and we'll need to configure it to ensure that the correct code is assigned. Additionally, we look at the probability score, or otherwise known as p-hat, in the current autocoder. It just basically is the relationship between a word and a census, occupation, or industry code. And we want to make sure that probability is still consistent. And in the new autocoder, we look at the most common false pairs. So this metric outputs two codes, the best code and the code that was incorrectly assigned. So this will help us find if there is a pattern of where one code gets wrongly assigned to a specific code. And this helps us diagnose any potential patterns of misclassification. Additionally, we look at individual response matching rate. And so this is kind of similar to looking at n-gram words, where we kind of look at job titles and industry descriptions and see how often the correct code is assigned and whether there's a distribution of codes that are being assigned. So if there are more codes being assigned, then that means it might be a little bit complex to code. But if there is always one code that's assigned, then we know that's kind of, more easier to classify. And overall, we do want to look at the matching rate by occupation and industry sectors. And so we do want to keep these sectors consistent and be able to improve any certain sectors that may experience more complex responses. And so we try to keep them consistent month by month. And with our quality check, we do continuous improvement. We want to identify and analyze any unusual results and also aim to address the errors before they become kind of recurrent issues for an extended period of time. And on the right-hand side, we see the graph is kind of the distribution of where the responses get sent to. So 71% goes to MPC, around 30% is coded by the autocoder. So there's most of the responses do get sent to MPC, and we want to continuously improve the autocoder to optimize the performance and minimize the costs associated to clerical coding. And we also want to let clerical focus more on the complex write-in responses that our autocoder can't do. So I'll touch on some future work that we want to implement. So we do potentially want to leverage previous data to enhance this assignment match rate. The current autocoder does have the data dictionary, which is quite useful. And also we have previous historical data of coded responses that we can use to improve our current our large language model autocoder. As mentioned before, fine-tuning has gave us big significant improvement in performance. So we do want to explore more other fine-tuning possibilities, whether it be by sectors or even using third-party data. Additionally, we do want to have more quality check metrics. So this will give us a deeper perspective on how the autocoder is performing. We do want to identify insufficient information in write-in. So we would say insufficient information is kind of more complex just because they don't have enough information for our model or the current autocoder. And so we want to identify these and be able to send them to clerical coding instead. And we want to create a reward scoring system just because our current similarity score is hard to interpret. And it's similar to also the p-hat scoring or probability scoring, where we kind of use a different model to score our results and see if it's, most likely the correct code or not. And finally, we do want to explore more powerful models such as Llama. So our current large language model is quite small and it does pack a good amount of efficiency. But with Llama, it does have a lot more pre-trained data, and we do want to see how it would perform and hopefully give us an improvement in autocoding. And that is my presentation. Here's my contact information.
Awesome. Thank you, Jackson. Great work. Again, just to remind everyone, feel free to ask any questions or whatnot. Throw those into the Q&A feature. I'm going to keep harping on that throughout this session. Up next, we have Anthony Berghammer and Peter Baumgartner from RTI International. Feel free to share and take it away, gentlemen.
Great. Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen here. Okay, so our presentation is on automating offense text standardization for criminal justice data. We're with RTI International. My name is Anthony Berghammer. I'm a research data scientist in RTI's Center for Data Science and AI. A lot of my work has been focused on machine learning and NLP, and as of late, LLMs and that kind of good stuff too. And I'll hand it over to Peter for a quick introduction.
Everyone, my name is Peter Baumgartner. I'm a senior research data scientist at RTI International. I work with Anthony in the Center for Data Science and AI, and I also work at the intersection of everything AI, machine learning, data science, software developing for a number of different projects. And I'm very excited to tell you a little bit more about this one.
Thank you. So just for a quick agenda, so we'll start by diving into the background and problem statement, kind of what we're trying to do, dive into RTI's approach, then I'll hand it over to Peter to dive into the results and output, the impact, and then some of the next steps. So kind of some quick key takeaways. Basically, our autocoder improves offense coding efficiency. So building the text classification model for standardizing offense codes, we use the NCRP taxonomy, and I'll dive into some of the definitions of what all that means in a couple of slides. But basically, it works to help improve the efficiency of downstream research. So we built an easy-to-use Python package for more advanced users, as well as a graphical user interface to let researchers work on this, this process. And this is all to enable future research to better understand state and national level processing. So a little bit of background to understand what all that means. So what is the National Pretrial Reporting Project, or NPRP? So the goal is to gain an expanded understanding of case processing of felony defendants in state criminal courts. So basically, it compiles a bunch of data on persons being processed with felony offenses in state courts, gathering information on questions related to the process, whether they're admitted, detained, what state they're in, demographics, and information like that. And the reason for this is because currently a lot of the pretrial populations, especially at a national level, it's kind of a black box. These populations are largely unknown. There's limited knowledge and visibility. And the goal of this is to be a national study to understand these populations, knowing that the data changes rapidly, populations move quickly, there's a lot going on. So that's the goal. So how does it actually work? So how is this data collected? So basically, the NPRP project works to inform agencies of the opportunity, establish that partnership, and then they intake this pretrial information, and then across agencies and states, they combine that information to get kind of a national level view of all this. So that's a lot going on. So what's our approach, and how do we fit in to all of this from a machine learning perspective? So I'll start, why build an autocoder? So a lot of the information that comes from, and a lot of the important information that comes out of this this project is offense text. So just, and you can see an example here on the left of a table that has some example offense text. And we want to be able to standardize that, because across different agencies, there's a ton of different ways that the same thing can be communicated. So in this example, we have possession or possessed stolen vehicle, alteration of VIN number, vehicle theft, theft of MV. So all of this is essentially different ways to represent auto theft. So what we want to do is take all of these different offense text codes, or offense texts, and categorize them into one of 78 categories. So how did we get 78 categories? So that comes from our data source that we've used for the training data, which is the NCRP crosswalk, which is a very similar acronym, but it is different. It is the National Corrections Reporting Program Crosswalk. So this is publicly available data that has offender level information on admissions and releases from the state and federal prisons, and it contains similar text fields mapped onto 78 categories. So this taxonomy is perfect for building a machine learning model that we can apply to the NPRP project. So I'll kind of caveat, and you can see in the table here, one of the issues with this crosswalk is possible label errors. So you can see in the example here, cut down or possess branded timber is categorized as drug offenses, violation/drug unspecified. Perjury is public order offenses, other. Sale marijuana first is possession, use, drug unspecified. So that's kind of one key takeaway here that I'll dive into how we dealt with that in another slide. But one thing to note with this data is that it's not this perfect mapping, unfortunately. There's some issues that we've had to kind of deal with to not introduce bias into our model. But I'll start at the beginning. So we're kind of building off of some other modeling work that we did in CDS called the Rapid Offense Text Autocoder, or ROTA, which was a machine learning model that's been open sourced. It's a subset of that was trained on a subset of the NCRP crosswalk. It also used 3 proprietary data sets included in the model training that we can't release. And the predicted categories aligned with prior NCRP coding schemes. So there's not any of some of the more modern categories, like human sex trafficking, that has been updated since. And one other caveat to this, it was developed in 2021 using methods from 2018 to 2019. So obviously a lot of advancements have been made in machine learning, large language models, NLP, AI, all that stuff. So obviously we want to modernize that approach. So now diving into the data quality assessment. So like I said before, there are label issues that we need to deal with in order to not introduce bias. And there's a lot of techniques for this. The technique we used was confident learning. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of time to dive into the details of this, but essentially it uses machine learning to identify potential label errors. And then once we've identified them, we exclude them from our analysis to not introduce bias. We also use human review to curate a set of examples from the larger data set that we're confident don't have label errors. So kind of a two-pronged approach and a two-step process to make sure we're not introducing any errors into the training data. So I'll dive into a little bit of the data processing and training split before handing it over to Peter. But we basically take the 78 categories and we remove some of the subcategories of attempted and conspiracy distinctions. And we also remove federal offenses in general, kind of other categories, because they're kind of out of scope for the goal of this analysis. But for our core training data, we trained on a sample of the NCRP data of around 200 examples per category. And then we've evaluated that data on about 30 examples per category. So that's the training and test split that we used for building our model and then evaluating it. I'll hand it over to Peter to talk through a little bit more of the modeling details.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Can you hit the next slide? All right. So we evaluated a set of models that are from 3 different sort of classes of models. One of them is fast text. So this is a static embeddings model. It's fairly old. The nice thing about it is that it is fairly fast. It's in the name. It does what it says on the tin, which is nice. But because it's a little dated, we're not going to see as good performance as we would with more modern methods. The next type of model that we evaluate is called set-fit. This is, I guess the jargon is sample efficient. It just means you don't need a lot of training data to train these types of models. They work off of fine-tuning embeddings and then layering on a classification layer that can be something as simple as logistic regression. So it's really nice, it's simple, it's easy to add new data. Finally, we evaluated Roberta, which is a transformers based model that was a derivative of BERT and sort of one of these larger models, and we fine-tuned that on this classification task as well. So on this slide, you see the performance of each of these models evaluated across 3 different metrics. And the reason we use 3 different metrics is not going to be evident on this slide, but it will be when we look at specific jurisdiction data sets in a few slides. Essentially, the summary is we evaluated this on about 2,000 examples. We have a mostly balanced evaluation data set, so we have about 30 examples per category. That's really nice because it means we can trust this accuracy number. We're not dealing with an imbalanced class problem where, 99% of the data is in one class and we're 99% accurate if we just always predict that class. We have a mostly balanced data set here. And like Anthony mentioned, we're predicting across 78 categories. So I would say we're on the edge of what is traditionally called these sort of like extreme classification problems where you have a bunch of categories. 78 is a lot. It's more than the typical binary case. It's more than a typical multi-class case with maybe about a dozen. We have a lot of different categories we need to predict into here. So that's also why we do the macro average of the Matthews correlation coefficient as well. That'll sort of average that performance across all categories. So the summary of the results here is effectively Roberta does the best, It's also the largest model. It takes the longest time to train. It takes the longest for inference, but it does perform the best. In a close second is SetFit, and in a somewhat distant third is FastText. So those are the overall results from just a metrics perspective. You get the next slide? Okay, so knowing all that information, we decided to go with SetFit. So initially you might be thinking, that didn't have the highest number. Why would you go with SetFit? So when you look at that evaluation data set and you look at those accuracy numbers, that actually translated to about a 50 example difference in terms of accuracy out of those 2,000 examples. So it's not nothing, but it's also not huge. In machine learning, everything is a trade-off. And so we're evaluating a lot of these trade-offs, and performance is just one of them. So we went with SetFit for 3 key reasons here. One is that we get comparable performance to that Transformers model. So it's not all the way up there, but it's pretty close. It's easier and quicker to train these SetFit models. So if you're training a Transformers-based model, you probably need a GPU. It's going to require all this infrastructure. There's a lot more hyperparameters to tune. With SetFit, it's a little bit more simple to update the model and add in more examples. And to our third point here, because it requires fewer examples per class, it's this sample efficient model, it's easy to have a more dynamic model where if we have a new class that we want to predict, we can get pretty good results by only adding in, maybe a dozen examples of offenses that map to that class. So we decided to go with SetFit for our production model for this use case. Next slide. Okay. So we have an iterative process that we go through when we are ingesting data from different agencies. So an agency sends us a data set. It's got these open-ended offense texts. What we do is we generate predictions from this model on all of those offenses, and that gets incorporated into a human-in-the-loop labeling process that I'll talk about in a few minutes. We manually label those so that we can ensure there's some data quality there, but we've really expedited that process. And then after we do that labeling process, we'll do sort of a post hoc evaluation of how useful was this model in helping us with the labeling process? Was it accurate? Where is it inaccurate? What categories is it still struggling on? And we just repeat this process over and over every time we get a new data set. So when we started this, we had a pretty clear model improvement strategy, which was we were able to detect which classes and which offense codes it predicted poorly. And from that original NCRP data set, we were actually only originally using a fairly small random sample of those. So we could just always go back and get more training data for classes that were underperforming. We sort of decided, well, if 200 per class is enough to get started, that's pretty good. We get a pretty good model, but maybe there are some classes where that's not enough, or we just got unlucky with the random sample and we need like a more diverse sample of text to do this classification well. We can always go back to that pool, which is really, really nice. So we did that. That's how we ended up with that 200 per class. We originally had 100, and we're continually able to add in more examples and update the model in a pretty dynamic fashion. Next slide. Okay, so the real metric that we care about here is really this top 5 accuracy, and that will become evident when we talk about the human-in-the-loop process. So what we're actually interested in is these the top 5 predictions by this predicted probability. And so here are those measures across our core training data set, and then 2 additional data sets we got from 2 different jurisdictions. And so, of course, we have this, training data issue where, of course, it's going to be better on our core training data set, and we're going to get some, not out of domain, but just some out of sample data, and we're going to see slightly worse performance. So you definitely see that here, that jurisdiction A and jurisdiction B had slightly worst performance in terms of the top 5, but it was still pretty good, right? So with jurisdiction A, if we're looking at set fit, 88% of the time we have the right answer in those top 5 classes. In jurisdiction B, we actually see that set fit performed better than the transformers or the Roberta model and got 91%. And so this is our key metric that we really, really care about for our applied use case for this model. Next slide. So this is why we care about top 5 as a metric. Whenever we get in a new data set, we generate predictions for that data set and load it into this annotation or data labeling tool called Prodigy. And once we do that, someone from the team goes in and codes these examples. So what you're seeing here is one example of how a offense text gets coded. So you're seeing the text falsely act as a public official. You're seeing the top 5 predictions for the categories for that text. And what happens is a user of this application will go in. It's actually all hotkey driven, so you can use your mouse if you want to. It'll be a little slower. Learn your keyboard hotkeys, right? And a user will go in, just hit 1 through 5, and then hit A if they want to accept that answer, or X if they want to reject that answer. So they would reject the answer if none of the top 5 are correct, right? And that's where our top 5 accuracy comes in. And this is what we actually saw in practice, that about 85 to 95% of the time, the correct answer is in the top 5 predictions, sort of depending on the qualities of the data set. So this labeling and annotation process really speeds up our ability to standardize these data sets, especially when you think about the alternative is just loading all these offense checks into Excel, manually typing in one of the 78 categories, probably fat fingering some extra keys in there. And you want to add in your data validation in Excel, right? It's still kind of a nightmare to do that process. And so what we're able to do now is 90% of the time, it's 2 keys in this tool to annotate most of the data set. And then we take that, on average 10% and still manually code that in Excel, but we've saved a bunch of time by doing that. So, the first time we did this, and it was mostly in Excel, some of our coders were averaging like 25 seconds per example. And in the best case, we're down to like 5 to 6 seconds per example once they're fluent with Prodigy. So it really does speed up this coding and standardization process. And there's still a human in the loop. We're still not at the point where we should be automatically categorizing each of these, but we're able to successfully code moderately sized data sets from agencies. Next slide.
Not to cut you off here, Peter, but we are at time if you guys want to try and wrap up here shortly.
All right, I'll do it in 30 seconds or less. All right, so the impact, what's the results of this, right? Kind of already talked about this. We'll just re-summarize. So it saves time for the coders and researchers. We can use this data to do analysis, which improves the reporting. It's much easier to understand what's the distribution of these categories as compared to a bunch of free text. And this is easily expandable to more agencies. So whenever we get new data or there's new codes that we want to apply, whatever it is, it's very dynamic and we can expand it accordingly. All right. Next steps. Yep, we're going to deploy this and do further testing so that everyone can test it out and make sure it's good to go. We're continuing usage day to day. And there's, of course, going to be more analysis on these coded data sets. And I think that is it. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony and Peter. Great research and presentation. Our last speaker for this session will be Sandy Price from RTI International. Sandy, oh, beautiful. We can see it. Yeah, feel free to take it away.
Thanks, Danny. Hey, everyone. I'm Sandy Price, yet another data scientist at the Center for Data Science and AI at RTI International. And today I'm going to be talking about ways to make these autocoder models that we've been talking about throughout this session privacy preserving. So kudos to the organizers for the sorting here. This is the perfect way to introduce this after you all have already heard about all these great autocoders out there in the wild. And I want to mention the work I'm presenting is the work of a very large team of very smart people. I'm a small cog in that machine, and lots of great collaboration between RTI and the Bureau of Labor Statistics to do this work. So today I'm going to talk about an algorithm called SWAG PPM, which lets you train deep learning models with privacy guarantees. So you have strict bounds on the risk of disclosure, scalability, so you can work with modern models and lots of data, high performance in the real world with minimal accuracy loss relative to non-private models, even on real world data sets that are messy and imbalanced. So we'll start with a little bit of background. I will breeze through this really quickly since we've been talking about survey coding since 2 o'clock. This was the motivation for this, right? This task of assigning numerical codes to free-form text responses on surveys. So, you know, the surveyor asked, what's your job title? The respondent says plumber, and we need to categorize that into the plumbers, pipe fitters, and steam fitters code in our taxonomy. Traditionally, humans do this, but it takes a lot of time. So now we've got these great models that can do it often in much less time and with a lot of accuracy. Specifically, the model that motivated this work, or the set of models that motivated this work, were a set of autocoders created by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the Survey of Occupational Injury and Illness, or SOI. On this graph is showing the different colors, some of the different domains that are automatically categorized by the SOI autocoders in their survey, and also, also showing how the frequency of being able to automatically assign these codes has increased over the years. So they're now auto-coding about 85% of all these codes across these domains. And like many of the other folks who've presented today, have a manual backstop when the autocoder models are not confident. So BLS made these great models and they started getting requests from people to use them, right? Other people are also coding occupations and injuries into these same taxonomies. And they want to benefit from these models that are already out there. This is a good thing, right? It would be efficient. It would extract more value from this work that's already been done to develop the SOI autocoders. Great alignment with the FAIR principles of government data. However, so far, BLS has been unable to respond to those requests and share the model because of concerns about disclosure risk. So you might pause for a second here and ask, disclosure risk? Well, what's the disclosure risk, right? We're not talking about releasing a data set. We're talking about releasing a model. In fact, these machine learning models, like the ones that underlie the SOI autocoder, do have the ability to leak information about the data that they were trained on. The most common way this happens is through a membership inference attack. So a bad actor who is interested in determining if a given record was in a model's training data set can use this kind of approach to get an answer for that that can be quite accurate depending on the context. So they would do this by, taking this public SOI autocoder model that's out there in the world in this context, predicting on a record, and then passing that prediction to an attack model, which gives them a prediction of its confidence that this record was in or out of the target model's training data set. So you can envision how this could be used in certain cases by bad actors to, do things like find out whether a given employee responded to this survey or whether their sensitive injury narrative was included in here or not. And regardless, it's this potential violation of confidentiality that the respondents of these surveys expect. So when we talk about privacy preserving machine learning, our goal is to release models that are not susceptible to this kind of attack. In order to do that, we have to be able to quantify and measure disclosure risk. Of course, if you don't release the model, the disclosure risk is 0, but that's our goal here. We want to be able to release these models. And in order to do that, we need to train the model in a different way to be able to have that quantifiable disclosure risk measure to be able to reduce it. So that is where this concept of differential privacy and differentially private machine learning come into play. differential privacy is this really cool way to define and mathematically quantify privacy. Right? If you think about privacy, it's kind of a qualitative concept, right? It could mean different things in different contexts to different people. Differential privacy puts this very, very elegant sort of mathematical definition to this concept. So what we mean by differential privacy is a guarantee that an algorithm applied to two different databases differing by one record will result in a similar output. In other words, the outcome would be about the same with or without your data. And when we're talking about supervised machine learning, these two databases are the sets of training data that are used to train two different models that differ by one training example. So this allows us to rigorously quantify and measure privacy. And I'll get into a little bit more detail on how that works in differential privacy. You know, I told myself I wasn't going to put any math in this presentation, but it's a little bit hard to avoid with this topic. So when we talk about privacy and differential privacy, the way this is typically measured is as a privacy loss budget. So the algorithm has this budget of privacy loss that is sort of like the maximum amount it can divulge. The two components to this we call epsilon and delta, privacy loss and failure probability. So privacy loss is basically asking how different can the algorithm's output be with or without your data. So we know it's going to be about the same, but we can actually tune specifically how much it can vary. And then typically we sort of add this error term of failure probability, where we add a very, very low probability that this whole sort of mechanism fails and the difference in the output is higher than epsilon. Okay, so here's the equation. Don't need to dig too far into this, but basically what we're showing here is on the left side, the algorithm's output for a set of outcomes. So this might be the predicted class probabilities for different occupation classes in a Soy autocoder. On the right side, we have that same, the algorithm's output for that same set of outcomes with one record with your data added or removed. And then the epsilon and delta terms. So this allows us to say that an algorithm is epsilon delta differentially private if its output meets this condition for a given set of epsilon and delta. All right, math complete. I promise, no more equations. So let's talk about how this actually works in practice. Typically, the way this works is really smart people design algorithms such that the privacy loss budget for that algorithm is computable and tunable, right? So you can measure it and you can turn knobs so that you can adjust it. To give an example, the Census Bureau is also using differential privacy to anonymize the data tables that they release from the census. The way that they do this is adding random noise at each step of a geographic hierarchy in their tables. So when they add noise to each of those steps, they're able to compute the privacy loss that information contains, and then sum that up for an overall privacy loss from those component steps, and tune the amount of privacy loss by the amount of noise added. So you can sort of get this trade-off of how much do we want to perturb the actual data values versus how much privacy loss are we willing to accept. Okay, so now let's think about how to extend that concept to machine learning. The most common algorithm to do this is called differentially private stochastic gradient descent, or DPSGD. SGD, or stochastic gradient descent, for folks who are less familiar with machine learning, it's an optimization algorithm. It's sort of the workhorse of machine learning. Basically, it follows this gradient down the loss function and updates the model parameters in that direction at every training step. So you can think of this like dropping a marble onto a wavy surface, where that wavy surface is the loss function. DPSGD works by clipping that gradient at every learning step and adding a little bit of random noise. And it does this in a very clever way that enables them to measure the privacy loss of each learning step. By far the most popular and well-studied differentially private mechanism for machine learning. Really good on paper. It's got this very, very elegant method for computing privacy loss, but it doesn't really work that well in practice a lot of the times. Like the utility, the ability of these models to actually do what they're supposed to do and predict values accurately can be quite low when you have that privacy guarantee. So that's what motivated us to do the work of developing SWAG PPM, which is Gaussian stochastic weight averaging pseudo-posterior mechanism. Won't say that again. The two components of this, the SWAG and the PPM, are prior work that put together to come up with this sort of new way of using these two concepts. So we'll talk about the pseudo-posterior mechanism first. This is basically just a totally different way of approaching differential privacy. So instead of adding noise at various steps, we can use a sampling mechanism to compute and tune privacy loss. So what this looks like in the machine learning space is if you had a posterior distribution of all possible parameter sets for a given set of training data, a given model architecture, and a given set of hyperparameters, then by sampling a set of model parameters to release from that distribution randomly, you can have a privacy guarantee. The pseudo part of the pseudo posterior is some work that Terence Savitsky, one of our collaborators on this project, did that makes this work in the context of deep learning. I'm going to hand wave away that part for now. So that's the pseudo posterior. So we sample from this posterior distribution of all possible parameter sets for the model in order to get our privacy guarantee. So about that posterior distribution of all parameter sets, that sounds really computationally expensive. How the heck do you figure out what that distribution looks like without fitting a bajillion models? That's where the SWAG part comes in. So this is a method for approximating a posterior distribution of parameters for a deep learning model. The way this works is very cool. The first step is basically your typical sort of model fine-tuning step. So you fine-tune a model with a small learning rate, typically varies each step until you get to your local minima, sort of convergence for that model. And then you would add this step where you have a larger learning rate and start training with that constant learning rate around the local minima. So you can think of this as like the model exploring the space around the local minima. And then finally, you use all those iterations from step 2 to fit a multivariate Gaussian as an approximate distribution of the multivariate parameter space. Super cool. To put this all together into SWAG PPM, I'm not going to go into this. We don't have enough time to go into all the steps, but basically you sort of combine these two steps to first estimate what that posterior distribution looks like and then sample from it. One key aspect of this that I will mention is that it works by generating weights for different distributions, right? So we're sort of downweighting distributions that pose a disclosure risk more than ones that don't. Okay, so let's get into the experimentation and how we tested this. This is all written up in a paper that's on arXiv. I can post a link to it in the Q&A once I'm done. The data that we used for this experiment was a set of severe injury reports from OSHA. This is not the actual data that BLS is using for their Solui autocoder. That's a bigger data set that has some additional privacy restrictions, so it made it a little bit harder to work with. We use this publicly available data set as a starting point. But the structure is very similar. We're using this input. So a truck driver fell approximately 4 feet while descending a tanker trailer ladder to predict the nature of injury code, traumatic injuries and disorders unspecified. A little bit of info about the data we used. Stratified sample with proportional allocation. So we kind of clipped the maximum size of a class to 200 here. That left us with a sample of 10,000, 153 classes. You can see in this plot to the right of the training set distribution, still very skewed, very imbalanced set of classes even after that stratified sampling. And to compare these methods, pretty straightforward experiment. We started with a base model of the same architecture as the Solui autocoders, and we trained it in 3 different ways. First, we did a typical sort of baseline non-private fine-tuning process on the OSHA data, and then we trained it with DPSGD and with SWAG PPM. For both of the differentially private models, we computed the privacy loss, so the epsilon and delta that we talked about. And we computed utility metrics, precision, recall, F1. So, how good are these models at predicting classes? So here are the results. I'm going to highlight 3 key points here. You've got privacy on the left, utility on the right. Our 4 models did 2 variants of SWAG here, and we'll get into that. So, first thing to notice here is looking at the privacy budget on the left, SWAG and DPSGD had a similar privacy loss budget. When we look at utility, SWAG PPM had a pretty modest drop in utility compared to the non-private model. It's a little bit lower, but fairly comparable. And DPSGD had a drastic drop in utility compared to the non-private model. This is a model that would be essentially useless in any application. So why is that? What about this algorithm makes it work better in the real world? So, briefly, we think this is because of this risk-based weighting approach that we're using here. So, if you think about the DPSGD mechanism of, applying that noise to every step of gradient descent, that applies to the model globally, right? It's going to affect its predictions for every record, regardless of class. Whereas SWAG PPM is downweighting records that have a high disclosure risk, which conveniently also means they have high loss, right? So if the model's bad at predicting that value, it's getting downweighted. This kind of record is typically concentrated in rare classes, right? So it's intuitively, if you have a class with 100 other observations, like it's probably gonna be pretty hard to identify any one of those. But if there's only a handful, like 2 or 3 of them, probably very easy, right? So the riskiest records are the ones in those rare classes. So when we downweight those, it does make the model's performance worse on those rare classes, but they're already really hard for these autocoder models to predict in the first place. So what we see on this plot here, the blue dots are the non-private model's performance on a single class. The green squares are SWAG, and the red triangles are DPSGD. These are 1 dot per class sizes on the bottom, and F1 scores on the y-axis. So if you look at the sort of left side of this, all the models are pretty bad at predicting these rare classes. Yeah, this model's a little bit worse than non-private, but they're all very challenging. And on the right side, particularly that like bar at 100 where there's a high concentration, that's where we truncated those classes in the stratified sample. The SWAG model's right up there with the non-private model because we really haven't downweighted these observations very much. So this is sort of what we think the key to success with this approach is. So in conclusion, SWAG PPM is this algorithm for training deep learning models that have privacy guarantees, that are scalable, can be used with modern deep learning models, and that actually work in the real world. So the next steps for this project are to repeat this experiment on the full SOI data, make sure that the same relationship holds with the actual data that we're interested in using here. To perform some membership inference attacks of our own to see what this risk really looks like for these different model types. And the end goal here is to actually start using this stuff for real world autocoders and eventually be able to release these models out into the wild. So developing code to enable that and a user's guide with tutorials and documentation and so forth is the long run. Okay, I'll end it there. Happy to take questions. My email's on the screen if anyone wants to follow up.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Sandy. Great work, great presentation. And again, thank you to all of our presenters today in today's session. Everyone did a fantastic job. We will open the floor up now for any questions that folks may have for the presenters. Feel free. I'm not sure people are going to be able to unmute, but at the very least, I will read them out from the chat to everyone. So the first one we have is from Ilan Segara. I believe this is directed towards Peter and Andrew. The Prodigy tool seems very useful for streamlining the labeling of data for training and assessment of models. Was this tool developed by RTI or another organization/person? Is it available for other government agencies to use? Peter, I don't know if you guys Want to?
Yeah. I think I responded after that too. So yes, Prodigy is a tool that anyone can use and license. It has fairly affordable team licenses. Everything that happens in Prodigy happens locally. It's self-hosted, so you're not sending any of your data to third-party services. You're managing it yourself. I know there are government agencies already using it, so I think it's a great tool if you're needing to review or label data, whether you're using machine learning or not.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Cool. Next question we have is from Jonah Bregstone. And I believe this one is for you, Sandy. Is DP SGD, differentially private stochastic gradient descent, considered the standard ML algorithm for differential privacy? Or how is that selected as the comparison algorithm to swag-ppm?
Yeah. Hey, Jonah. So yeah, DPSGD is definitely the most common and well-researched algorithm for differentially private machine learning out there. The paper where the sort of seminal paper for this has a crazy number of citations. I would love to have some examples of this actually being used in the real world, because at least in the testing that we did, its utility is so bad that you know, I think it would have to be a very different sort of context or distribution of data for this to really work, like to both give good predictions and have that privacy guarantee. Might be the case, you know, if you're doing like a binary classification task, you know, if you have less class imbalance, something like that, it would work better. But yeah, it is definitely like the industry standard in terms of how much it's been researched. I don't know as much about like how much it's actually being used in the real world.
Okay. Yeah, if anyone else has any questions, feel free to throw those into chat now. We ready to fire those off to the presenters. All right. Well, if there's no more questions or whatnot, yeah, thank you again to all of our presenters and the Fed-CASIC organizing committee. Yeah, this was session 2A, advances in computer assisted coding. Thank you to everyone, and we hope you enjoy your weeks. Awesome.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants are in a listen-only mode for the duration of today's session. Today's session is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I would now like to turn this over to the host of this session, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, you may begin.
All right, well, welcome. I'm Jeff Gonzalez, and I'm the moderator for Data Science and Dissemination. Thank you for joining. This session is being held to inform interested parties of research and to encourage discussion. The views expressed are those of the authors and not of those of the Fed-CASIC committee, moderator, or sponsoring agencies. At this time, all attendees are in listen-only mode. Attendees can submit written questions using the Q&A feature, which is at the bottom center or right side of your WebEx screen. Please take a moment to locate that now. If you don't see the Q&A button, click the panel options, that is the three dots in the lower right corner of your screen. Make sure that you specify the presenter to whom you are directing your question. After all presentations, we will have some time for questions and answers. If you encounter any technical issues during the session, try exiting the session and rejoining using the WebEx browser version. If technical issues persist, contact fedcasic@bls.gov. Each speaker will have about 18 minutes, and I'll keep track. And our first speaker is Irina Belyeva, and she is going to be presenting mitigating health administrative data sparsity using machine learning for enhanced survey collection and processing.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Irina Belava, and I'm excited to share our work on using machine learning to address a persistent challenge, missing or incomplete health administrative records, and the impact that they have on survey quality and reliability. To set the stage of this presentation, let me introduce a few important concepts. The health statistical surveys, they play a vital role in capturing patient status and monitoring how healthcare services perform on time. So these surveys help us understand not just individual conditions, but they also trends in treatment effectiveness and access to healthcare. However, one of the persistent challenges is missing or incomplete responses. It happens due to skipped questions, data collection issues, or limitations in how systems communicate with each other. And obviously, the gaps in data are very common. And these gaps, they're not trivial. They can significantly affect the reliability of the results. And therefore, it impacts how we can interpret health delivery outcomes or measure population health. To address this issue is to ensure our statistics, it reflects real-world conditions as accurately as possible. Here I outline the core objective of our work. We set to investigate machine learning-based imputation techniques that can effectively address data sparsity and health risk assessment or HRAs. So these assessments are often incomplete, which undermines the quality and reliability of survey findings. So our goal not only fill missing values, but doing so very intelligently. We use machine learning models that can capture complex relationships in the data and can reconstruct missing fields using supplemental inputs from multiple modalities. These include electronic health records, administrative claims, pharmacy records, and other contextual sources. And by doing this, we have an aim to strengthen overall robustness and accuracy of outputs to ensure we have real-world data that's very complete. Here's a high-level view of our machine learning pipeline to resolve survey response sparsity. First, we start with data input. So our two primary inputs, the raw survey questionnaires and external administrative records, including medical claims and demographic information. They use as a supplemental context. So the first step is pre-processing of data and profiling of the missingness. This means to identify that we not only know where we have gaps, but also whether these gaps are random, systematic, or related to a specific population. So as the next step, we machine learning-based step come in place. We apply models that can capture complex relationships, where through structured models like random forest or deep learning models using transformer architecture. So these models fills in these gaps using patterns learned from the available survey responses and the auxiliary datasets. So the expected outcome is higher quality of data that's more complete and representative of the population. So this slide summarizes the state of the machine learning methods we related to imputing missing health data surveys. So we start first of all with basic models such as k-neighbors, which is very simple but effective. So this model works by finding records with similar known features and averaging their values to what estimate what is missing. It is very intuitive and interpretable, but it's struggled to work with high-dimensional or sparse data. Next, in other machine learning techniques, we investigate this random forest, a decision tree ensemble methods. So these measures random forest, they can handle linear relationships and can capture interaction between variables. And finally, we evaluated a transformer-based deep learning model using a masked language modeling approach. This is inspired by techniques from the natural language processing, and this model treats survey data like a sequence and learns to predict missing values by leveraging context of the known responses. So it is powerful and for very valuable for high-dimensional datasets where traditional method may not work. Here I provide a walkthrough of the our method how to use deep learning based on the transformer-based imputation workflow to impute data for healthcare survey. First, we begin on the left with raw administrative and survey data. So these inputs, they typically include structure records such as questionnaire responses, encounter data, and demographic attributes with various missing fields. The next step is the missingness identification, where we scan for gaps and apply special mask tokens in place of missing values. To preserve the context, we also apply positional embeddings and data type information. So this mask input, it flows into a transformer model. So the model, it leverages self-attention mechanism to analyze a relationship between all observed and unobserved elements and learn patterns in the data. What comes out of it, it is imputed input, a complete version of the record along with uncertainty estimates. So these estimates, they help us quantify how confident this model is, which is very critical for downstream interpretation and analysis. Finally, the reconstructed record, they integrated into survey analysis pipeline, feeding like traditional workflows for estimation, reporting, and trend analysis. Here I introduce a conceptual backbone of our deep learning imputation method, the mask language modeling framework. So because we based our work on natural language processing, it's very similar. The mask model learned the joint probability distribution over sequences of words. In other words, it learned how likely a sentence is occurred to in a given language. When we mask the word, it predicts the other word based on the surrounding context by estimating more probable replacement. So we apply the same idea to the structured health survey data, where each record is treated like a sentence and each field, whether it's diagnosis, a response item, or demographic attribute, is treated like a token. For example, if value is missing, we mask it and let the model infer the most likely value given the rest of the record. So for example, it is similar like in English, where we can say, the garden was full of beautiful flowers, and our model learns to say, given this pattern of responses and client history, what is the most plausible value for this missing item? So this probabilistic modeling approach, it is powerful because it allows for context-aware imputation and not just relying on averages or static rules, but it dynamically adapts to the specific record context. Here I zoom in some internal architecture of the transformer model we use for imputation. So on the left, we can see an incomplete matrix where certain cells like that representing missing survey responses or administrative codes are masked out. So the rest of the matrix provide contextual information the model can learn from. So the incomplete matrix flows into a transformer model, which consists of two components: multi-head self-attention, which allows the model to weigh relationships between all parts of the input sequence. It looks not only neighboring items, but how each element related to each other and based on its position. Next, it comes to the feed-forward layers network, which transform the weighted inputs and help generalize the model that go beyond like linear associations. So the model, it outputs a fully imputed data matrix where missing entries are predicted on both local and global data structure. So during training, we minimize the reconstruction loss, and it ensured the predicted values align closely with actual ones in the test scenarios where we have a ground truth available. In essence, by combining the attention and contextual learning in this model, this architecture provides powerful and flexible way to recover missing data. Here I present the comparative performance of the 3 imputation techniques we tested: transformer-based mask language modeling, k-nearest neighbors, and random forest. We evaluated them on a common set of sparse health administrative datasets and used standard metrics such as root mean square error and mean absolute error to assess how closely each method reconstructed the missing values compared to the known ground truth. So as we can see, the deep learning model, transformer model, it consistently outperformed KNN and random forest across all benchmarks. Its self-attention mechanism, it allowed to better capture nonlinear dependencies and long-range correlations in the data. It's specifically important in structural healthcare records where relationship between features not very always available or local. So random forest performed better than KNN on the data sets with categorical and mixed data types, but its performance was less than a transformer model. And KNN, it was while it was fast and interpretable, it's struggled to work with high-dimensional data and as well as non-random missing patterns. So overall, this outlines that transformer architecture, deep learning model, it's provided lowest reconstruction and most reliable imputation that make it strong candidate for integrating directly into health survey workflows where completeness of data very critical. To summarize the key outcome of our evaluation, the transformer model provided and outperformed both traditional machine learning techniques such as KNN and random forest in nearly every single scenario. So it can be explained by the fact that traditional models, they rely on local similarity or fixed tree-based splits, while transformer captured far more complex and nonlinear patterns. This model also handled multimodal inputs very effectively. It integrates climate data, demographic, and survey responses within a single learning framework. This additional flexibility is provided and proved where there is no single source that is complete on its own. So another strength is the scalability. The model trained and run effectively on millions of records, showing that deep learning-based imputation can be both practical and as well as production ready for large administrative datasets. Finally, I would like to highlight the practical benefits of using mask language modeling for imputation. Like first, this approach helps us create more complete datasets, even in the presence of non-response or partial records. We can reconstruct likely values with high fidelity. So, second, this leads to like effective improvement in survey response rate, not by collecting more responses, but making them better and using better the data we already have. And second, we see it also provides a reduction in responding burden. If we can accurately infer certain responses using auxiliary data and machine learning. We can shorten questionnaires or skip redundant items, make our surveys more efficient and less intrusive. And finally, all of this translates into higher data quality. With complete data, the final outputs, they offer like stronger statistical evidence. It supports better our health insights, resource planning, and long-term trend monitoring. Lastly, I would like to highlight additional benefits. By generating more accurate and complete survey response data, we improve the statistical foundations upon depends a lot, like a health resource allocation or quality monitoring. And importantly, this research also advanced the integration of deep learning and large language models into statistical production pipelines. And finally, it supports a stronger evidence decision making. And we think this is a step forward towards modernizing our statistical toolkits, where we can improve rigor and trustworthiness our survey-based work. And thank you so much for your time and attention. I hope this talk inspired some ideas how machine learning, especially deep learning based on the transformer-based models and large language models, they can help address gaps and survey processing. And I'm happy to take any questions, hear your thoughts, how this approach might be extended, adapted, or integrated in your own work. And if you'd like to follow up after the session, please feel free to reach out to me at arinabelava@census.gov. Thanks again.
All right, great, great, Irina. Just a reminder, we do have the Q&A feature. If you want to ask the presenter any questions, feel free to write your question in the Q&A, and we can assign it to the speaker and make sure that everything gets answered. Our next speaker is Chi-Wei He. Chi-Wei is from Georgetown University, and she will be presenting on tracking cross-state achievement gap trajectory in NAEP assessments with dynamic time warping methods. Take it away.
Yeah, I think I can see my screen, right?
Perfect.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Chi-Wei Britt He, and it's my really great pleasure to give a presentation today about the tracking cross-data achievement gap trajectory in NAEP assessment with dynamic time warping methods. I'm a provost, a distinguished associate professor in data science and analytics program in Georgetown University. At the same time, I also direct AI measurement and the data science lab. So today's sharing is about our recent study, actually about the NAEP data. So today I will go over about the national report card and cross-data achievement gap trajectories in NAEP, because that is starting from 2000 until now, so 2024. And also we will introduce our methods about dynamic time warping, especially when we calculate the sequence similarity measurement. And based on that, we will introduce about sequence clustering, so that is unsupervised machine learning methods about sequence. And finally, we will come into the results and have about the trajectory and patterns across the states, and also visualize achievement gap changes across grades and subjects in the United States. Okay, let's first come into the overview part. And national report card, that is also NAEP. So educational assessment plays a crucial role in uncovering learning disparities and shaping data-informed education policy. So the National Assessment of Educational Progress is nationally representative and continual assessment of what America's students know and can do in various subjects. For example, we will have the math, reading, history, quite a lot of different subjects. Generally, we will have assessment in grade 4, 8, and 12. Academic performance by different demographic groups, such as achievement gaps between boys and girls, urban and rural areas, like these kind of demographic variables has aroused great attention since the start of NAEP. And we can see within the past 2 decades, over 42,900 journal papers were published on the topic with NAEP and demographic groups. However, very few research showed a comprehensive picture through the NAEP development history and identified the trajectory changes across the states. So here is one example about overview of academic gap by years and subjects, especially for boys and girls when we check for their math and reading for grade 4 and grade 8. So here is example for the grade 4. So we can see actually starting from year 2000 until 2024. So that is our last point we capture over there. So we can see for the math, and if we calculate the math between the boys and the girls, actually we can see there's a large differences actually starting from 2008 until now, and actually the gap becomes bigger and bigger. And if we compare with the reading part, so that is the lower part on your screen, so we can see actually for the reading part, generally we keep the similar trend for the grade 8 and the grade 4. And so we can see actually for the grade 8, actually the boys and the girls, actually they have a bigger differences, and the girls will outperform the boys. Compared with the math, that is a different trend, because in the math we can find, especially in grade 4, so the boys actually outperform the girls quite a lot. If we come to the 0, so that means actually there's no big differences between boys and the girls. So here, actually look at this figure, we can have this general picture about trajectory, but we want to understand whether we can get granular information to address the questions, especially for which states may have a similar patterns in academic gap between the boys and the girls. And how could we provide new evidence to support the policy decision making? So we can see actually currently we show is the boys and girls in the national level, but if we come deeper into by the state, and then we can find which states actually becomes a similar patterns, and we can get better idea about their educational policy. So the objective of this study is track cross-state achievement gap trajectories in NAEP assessments and identify the trajectory patterns by boys and girls across grades and subjects, and also provide new evidence to the policymakers through a data-driven approach. So coming to the methods part, we want to introduce the data we are using. So the subjects we're focusing on the math and the reading across the 50 states. So we can see on your right-hand side, the NAEP have quite a lot of different subjects, but from arts to civics and to writing. So this study will focus on the majority actually fundamental skills from the students, that is mathematics and reading across the 50 states. And we'll focus on the grades is grade 4 and grade 8. The years covered is starting from 2002 and 2022. Here actually from 2022, and starting from 2018, actually we start to have the computer-based adaptive testing. But before that, we still keep this kind of paper-based assessment. So when we calculate the gender gap, so that is the boys and the girls, the differences, we use the males, their performance, average performance by state, and minus the female, the average score by state. And then we can have this kind of sequence for each year happened value, and we can do the sequence data analysis. So one example is showing like this. So sequence data by state, for example, we can put into the grade 4 math, and for the first state, that's by alphabetical way. So we have Alabama. So you can see the boys and the girls, the blue one is the boys and the red one is girls. So you can see their sequences showing up here starting from 2002 until 2022. So their gap actually is very close to each other and come into the Alaska and Arizona. So you can see, especially in Arizona, you can see this kind of differences. So we want to get this kind of a trend, especially for the boys and the girls, their differences. So we can come into this kind of a gap. So first one, actually, we come into Alabama. So we use the male and female to get the difference between them. So you see, actually, if this kind of a sequence actually very close to 0, so that means the boys and girls, they do not have significant gap. But if they come into quite far away from 0, is for example like this one, for the last year 2022 we captured from the Alabama. So you can see there's a big gap between the boys and the girls. If the value is the positive one, so that means the boys outperform than girls. But if the value is negative, so that means the girls outperformed by boys. So the sequence data by state, for example, if we put Alabama and Alaska, so in these two figures, so we can find actually their gender gap. So that is starting from boys and girls, their gap actually is showing different patterns, right? And we want to understand which kind of states actually will fall into similar pattern and what kind of things actually we can predict from them. So based on these kind of sequences, we introduce using dynamic time warping methods. Dynamic time warping method is a kind of a time series sequence analysis method. So the interesting part actually is here. If we used to use this kind of Euclidean distance analysis between the sequences, we can find that actually we only allow to have each data point in one sequence compared to the other one corresponding to each other. But in the dynamic time warping methods, actually we allow to have one data point in one sequence actually can be corresponding to multiple data points in another sequence. In this way, actually, we can better to find the optimal path through these two sequences. For example, if we want to compare between two states, their sequences, and to see what's the trajectory for the two states, actually, sometimes we might have this kind of missing response, or there's length of their sequence might be different. But DTW methods, that dynamic time warping methods, actually can adjust to that part. So specifically, if we come into that, for example, we have the A sequence and the B sequence. So A sequence is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the B sequence is 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 5. So actually, they could have different paths, different lengths, but at the same time, actually, we can capture the similarity between these two sequences. So for example, if we want to have the value 6 over there, so that means we need to use the AI minus BJ. So that is, we use the 5 minus 2, and we got 3. And then we consider about the neighbors of the 6. So we have the 6 square. We have 3, 6, 10, and to find the minimum value there. So that's a 3. So 3. So we have the absolute value of a 3 plus a 3, so that's a 6. So we have this kind of a 6 value. So we calculate all this kind of a sales value between these two sequences and to have a distance matrix. And based on this distance matrix, finally we can find the best route back into the corner. So this one actually we got inspired from when we have the process analysis, especially for the students' interaction with the computer. So in this kind of way, we generally use the DTW method. And DTW method in that way, actually, for example, like this one, we can find students their visit and revisit pattern use the DTW method. For example, we can have their normal pattern, and also students, this one showing students multiple times a back and forth revisit pattern. And also the third one we can find that is double review pattern. So students actually starting from the first question until the final one, and then to come back to the very beginning and then to double check their items. And the last one is a quickly skip pattern. So you can see the DTW method is just for this kind of a sequences for the navigation, but also can help us to find this kind of a navigation and trajectory change. For example, another example is to see we have this kind of time sequence distance, and when we put them into the process data, you can find actually we can capture the students, each student, they're tracking their time spending usage, and to put on that one, the first students actually showing a very good pattern and compare with the general level. But for the second students, actually you can see the students need to have longer time to adjust it to the environment. So they spend a longer time actually in the first couple of questions. So in these DTW methods, we can cluster students their strategy when they solve the items. At the same time, we use this DTW methods also in their policy trajectory between boys and girls. So for this study, we use the DTW method by each state actually for them as the pairs. And so using the DTW to construct a cost matrix and finds the optimal wrapping path between the two sequences. And only these methods are only applicable to numeric sequences. So we need to change the categorical data. It needs to be come into the numerically encoded. And based on the DTW, we can get this kind of DTW distance matrix. And based on the distance matrix, we can put them into the partition-based clustering methods. So this is a K-MADOIS. It's different from the K-cluster, K-means clustering, because K-means cluster generally would just find the means, but the K-MADOIS is similar like this kind of medium level. So based on this kind of K-MADOIS methodology, and we can find which states actually showing up the similar patterns to each other. And then we put them together. And so you can see we also use the cluster validity index used. We use a silhouette index, Dunn index, and Davis-Baldwin index to find which states actually can have the smallest within cluster distance. And we integrated the values of the K values. So that means because we're starting from the cluster numbers and we're starting from the K equals 2 until 10 and find the best optimal clusters to be used in our study. So finally, we come into the select for 4 clusters as the optimal results. So let's come into the results part. Because the results is very detailed, so I will use the grid 4 math as an example here. So we can see actually based on different states, their distance matrix, we can cluster them into 4 groups. So cluster 1 is the red line. So you can see the states in this cluster, they significant drop in 2011. And between 2015 and 2019, they are sharp increase. So that means the gender difference between the boys and the girls, this kind of gap enlarged after 2019. And cluster 2 is the blue one. So relatively stable from the very beginning, so starting from 2003 until 2017, but steeply increased after 2017. Cluster 3 is the green one, so similar shape as cluster 1, but with not significantly impacted by the COVID. So you can see actually for the green one, it's not that compared with the other patterns, it's not that changed that a lot, even though that's the absolute value is still pretty high, but their change is not that huge. For the cluster 4, so that is the purple one. So purple one actually showing up and down this kind of patterns, and up and down is in big waves, but steeply rise after the 2019. So that means the COVID time actually gave students a relatively big impact on their math learning. So if we come deeper, because just now we show this kind of a general pattern, if we go deeper into see which kind of members in each cluster, so we can find in the cluster 1, so we have 8 states. So and the cluster 2, so that generally they are quite stable, but after 2019 they are quickly steeply increase. So we have 21 states like that, and also cluster 3 we have 8 states showing like this kind of trend, and keep a higher value about the gap between the boys and the girls. And the last one is a cluster 4, so we have 13 states. And similar, these kind of methods can be used in grade 8 math, and this is a general one, so we can see compare with the grade 4 is relatively stable compare with the grade 4 level, so they have go up and down more than the grade 4. And also, this is grade A math if we come deeper into which kind of states can come into different clusters. In the grade 4 reading, and we can see actually between the reading and the math, you can find the reading actually is much more stable compared with the math. And so in the reading, generally we have the negative value, so that means the girls generally outperform than boys. And cluster 1 showing up here is a consistently large gap, so girls outperforming than boys, but gap is slightly narrowed after 2019. And the cluster 2 is the blue one, so you can see the high peak around 2007, indicating smallest gender gap at that time, but the curve waves showing in the recent decade. And the third one is the green one, so that is a fairly stable until 2017 with a sharp spike in 2019 and with a smallest gender gap, and followed by a sharp drop in 2022 after the COVID time. So that means this group actually gets the impact by the COVID is more significantly than the other clusters, because you can see the COVID time actually make the boys actually significantly underperform than girls after the COVID time. And the last one is the purple one. We can see that it's consistently stable with a moderated gender gap across all years. And because the time is limited, I will not go deeper into every one, but you can see this is grade 8 reading compared with the grade 4. Actually, we can see the girls actually significantly outperforming than boys in all the clusters. That is even more obvious than the grade 4 reading. And these ones showing up for the trajectory pattern across the different states. And we can see actually in cluster 1, we have 20 states related in this cluster. So you can see generally that's a stable, but after COVID time, actually you can show the girls and the boys actually their differences become a little bit smaller compared with the other clusters. And this figure shows up the achievement gap changes by grades and subjects. So you can see the first one is showing from the grade 4 to grade 8 in the math. So whether grade 4 students and grade 8 students, relatively they are stable in same cluster. But actually, we find actually in the math, they will change quite a lot from the grade 4 to grade 8. Compared with the in the reading side. The reading side, actually, they're relatively stable to say in grade 4 what kind of classes they are, and come into the grade 8, they will still keep in the cluster. But grade 4, actually, in the math part, actually, we show there's big differences between grade 4 and grade 8. So here is a small video, so I will just run it. So when you see actually this is a light color, so that means the boys and the girls between the years, actually, they will become small. For example, now they become small. But after 2019, so you can see when we have the time increasing, so this kind of color will become dark. So when the color becomes dark, so that means the boys and the girls, their differences are bigger compared with before, except for Alaska. So Alaska actually is different. So after the COVID times, they even have the girls actually outperforming than boys. So this one actually is for the reading. So you can see this one is for the reading. So the reading part, actually, if you find that is actually the light blue, so that means they do not have quite a big difference. But the difference is the color becomes darker and darker. So that means actually they will become more this kind of a gender gap in between. Yeah. And also interesting, we find there are generally 9 state pairs consistently grouped together across all settings. So it doesn't matter in grade 4 or grade 8, math or reading, but these 2 pairs of the states always occur each other at the same time. For example, we also find Kentucky and Ohio, California and Utah, and Florida and Indiana. So you can see the same color showing up, the states actually they're coming together. And so that part actually would be interesting in the future study to go deeper to see whether they have really similar educational policy, and because their performance is showing like this kind of pattern, and possibly there will be something related to that area. And also we find the geographical patterns are also showing up here. For example, Colorado and Kansas, they are close to each other, and actually possibly they will have similar educational policy and can be shared over there. So possibly share the policies, the demographics, or regional factors. Okay, finally, make a summary. The sequence-based dynamic time warping, similarity measurement, and sequence clustering support visualization on trajectory pattern of achievement gap across the states and identify homogeneous patterns across the state clusters. And also we find the boys and the girls significantly enlarged their gap in the math after COVID. And the achievement gaps between the boys and the girls is less stable in math than in reading. So that means if we change the education policy or curriculums in the math, that would be more sensitively for the math learning. And also the patterns of achievement gaps trajectory patterns are more stable in grade 8 than grade 4. So suggesting the younger group actually could be more impacted with the change of education policy and the curriculum development. So some future studies actually we want to incorporate additional demographic variables such as school type, socioeconomic status, and region to analyze trajectory patterns. And also these kind of methodology could be generally extended to school districts, cities to track trajectory of students' growth, academic gaps by different groups. And also we can develop a centralized portal or data platform can serve as a valuable tool for tracking performance trends in NAEP and other assessments over time. So finally, the findings from this study should be linked more closely to state-level education policy to identify and address the root causes of achievement gaps. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions or comments, I really appreciate and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chi-Wei. Let's give her a round of applause. And again, just a gentle reminder, if anybody has any questions, feel free to use the question and answer chat function, and we could send them to the presenter. All right. Our final speaker is Tyson Weister from the U.S. Census Bureau, and he will be presenting on accessing census data, tools, and updates.
Great. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you all for joining this session this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and share screen here. Just wanted to showcase some of the latest updates to data.census.gov and talk about really a little bit less of like the how, but the what of what the Census Bureau is doing to disseminate data. We're the largest statistical agency. It means we have lots of data, lots of surveys and programs that we collect information for. So there's a lot of thought that goes into getting the data disseminated to the public and making it accessible. So what I have planned for today is to really showcase some of the main features of data.census.gov, and I'm also going to specifically highlight during this demonstration some of the latest updates that we've made over the past year. So just as a little bit of background information, I mentioned how we're the largest statistical agency. We conduct over 130 different surveys and programs at the Census Bureau. Most people know us for counting every 10 years, and data.census.gov is the primary platform to get data from us. So it doesn't mean that we have data from every survey and program. It means that we have the most popular surveys and programs, and we continue to onboard additional data. And we continue to improve the site iteratively based on user feedback. We'll talk more about that at the end. One of the big things with data.census.gov is we are powered by our application programming interface, or API. That just means as you're navigating through data.census.gov, your tables, maps, and charts are being pulled in real time and fed on a screen to our users in a user-friendly way. But we do have our API publicly accessible as well. So what I have planned here is first to just showcase at a high level the different ways to go about searching. And then I'm going to show some of the latest functionality and visualization features. So to get started here, I'm going to go to data.census.gov. And what I wanted to show in this first example, I'm going to pull up health insurance data for Arlington County. There's two ways that we offer our users to search on the site. You'll see the single search bar right in your face once you get to the landing page, and something underneath called advanced search. So I'm going to demonstrate really briefly how to use both of those. Starting with the single search, I'm going to type in keywords is what you want. So topics, geographies, years, table IDs, NAICS industry codes, those are all great examples of things that you would want to put into the single search bar. I have health insurance, Arlington County, comma, VA. And then I'll press enter to run the search. So what we're searching for here is a set of pre-made tables. So we have over 5,000 tables on our site to choose from. That means, again, lots of data, and we put a lot of thought into how to make that accessible to our users. With this particular search, we can see in the upper left of my screen that the Census Bureau, we make our one best guess for interpreting what we think you mean when you put something in the single search bar. You can see that we found a topic tag for health insurance and a geography for Arlington County, Virginia. Where we're at right now is called the All Results page. We pull out a featured statistic in some cases, and what we're seeing is 3.6% of people in Arlington County do not have health insurance. And of course, there's so much more data. So most of the information here is table-based, and then you can visualize it in map or chart format. So when I click here over into tables and pop that results panel back out, you can see that the site has narrowed down from the 5,000 plus tables to the 79 that are specifically relevant to health insurance for our geography. So I'm just going to take a quick look at the first one here. It's S2701. It comes from the American Community Survey, and it's the 2023, so the most recent ACS. We can see, you always want to pay attention to the columns and rows. Our geography is in the column, Arlington County, Virginia. It gives us the total number of people, the total number with health insurance in the corresponding percent. And we can see the total number uninsured and the corresponding percent uninsured. So this 3.6, we just saw this in the previous featured statistic. It's also sourced in this table, but you can see how much more information is available to you as well. Notice on the left-hand side, the different rows of the table provide health insurance status broken out across different age groups. You can look at percent uninsured for males versus females, percent uninsured across different race and ethnic groups. And as you scroll through, you can see quite a few other types of characteristics that you can look at just this one measure against. And again, keep in mind, this is just one of the many tables available to you. So going back here to the ways on searching, I'm going to click the US Census logo in the upper left and show you really quickly how you could go about using our filters to find this. We call our advanced search and filters interchangeably. So what we offer are geography, topic, survey, years, and code filters. So on the left-hand side, you'll notice there's county option. Essentially, we're just going to follow prompts and you're going to choose a checkbox that matches what you're looking for. So it's a lot more precise rather than having to come up with words and phrases on your own and rely on us to interpret them exactly as you meant. You can go through these options. There's also more detailed search options available to you through the advanced search. But I just wanted to showcase that they're here. You can make the selections pretty intuitively, and when you run the search, this actually happens to provide the same exact results that we got in our first example, and just wanted to highlight the different ways to search. Moving on, I wanted to showcase some functionality that we've released over the past year. One of the big things is address search. So we heard from users that wanted the ability to find data for geographies when they know an address, but maybe not the detailed geographies that that address falls within. So we've since integrated this functionality into the site. And for this example, I'm going to pull up the census tract, or kind of the neighborhood level of data that the address that the Census Bureau headquarters falls within. So back on the landing page, the trickiest part for address search is just knowing that you need to click the geography pin icon here And this is where we provide users with that pop-up. So rather than having to navigate through the filter panel to find the census tract or try to type something in the single search bar, they can type in the address that they're interested in. And once you have that address and click search, it takes you to this address card page. So what we're seeing here is a list of different levels of geography that this address falls within. It's very quick in spitting that out to you. And again, they're clickable links. So when you hover over any of them and choose to click, it's going to select this geography. Here, I'm going to click census tract 8024.05. And notice that it's added this into the upper left as a filter. So very easy to make that selection. And then the end goal is that you not only know which census tract this address falls within, but once you click over to tables, you can start getting data. So this one's a lot more broad of a search. There's over 2,000 tables that are spit back out, but you could certainly add additional topics, years, or other types of filters to narrow this down a little bit more quickly. And then the last thing I wanted to show with this quick example was that when you click over into Maps, you can use Maps both to look at data, but also as a way to look at things for reference purposes. So in this example, maybe you didn't know what a census tract was. Once you click over to Maps and you've selected a single geography, the site's really good about zooming you into the area. And as you zoom in on the map, you'll be able to see street lines and street labels populate, so you can make sense of this area and really understand what a census tract is and what you're getting data for and what that represents. So I'm not going to go any further into that example because I also wanted to show specifically charts and mapping. We've made a number of mapping improvements and we released customizable charts for the first time in the last couple of months. So to showcase this example, I'm going to look at the number of employees that work in finance and insurance for NAICS 52 for all states. So back on the landing page, I'm going to use the advanced search and just show additional options. We used geography and topics before. I'm going to use geography, surveys, and codes. So under codes, I'll click NAICS and choose the 2-digit NAICS. It's going to give me data for each of these high-level industries. For state, I'm going to look at Texas. And then the last thing, oh, sorry, I wanted to look at all states. Apologize for that. And then the last thing is I was going to select the survey or program. So you may not always know the survey and program. We have topic filters for that purpose. I showed a health example earlier, but if you're a user that does know some of the nuances of the data, we make that available to our users to dive into those individual surveys and programs. So by making those few clicks, here I've selected County Business Patterns. It's an annual economic program, all states, and then the 2-digit NAICS code level. So what I wanted to show here is how to visualize the data. Before we get there, just as a quick click into the table itself, all of our maps and charts are table-based. It means that you can choose any estimate from our tables or our tables and create a visualization of it in map or chart format. You do need to make sure that you're clicked into the table that has the data you want to make a map of. What I wanted to point out here, this table is very detailed. It has 47,000 rows. So I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of explaining everything that's included, but it does provide ultimately values for the number of establishments, annual payroll, number of employees, and first quarter payroll. So really great to have this in the table format, but a lot of users want to be able to digest this a lot more quickly than having to dive through all of those columns and rows. That's why we have maps and charts embedded directly on the site. So when you click onto maps, the site has already shown us all states. It's mapping out data. It just doesn't know which value in the table you want it to make a map of. So if you just look in the upper left, you can make changes very quickly. So I wanted to look at the number of employees. So rather than number of establishments, I'll choose number of employees as the variable. And then below that, in the drop-down menu, it provides the variables first, and then it provides dimensions. This is really the context for what you're creating the map of. Does it represent all businesses or a certain subset of businesses? And the way that you specify those context or dimensions is just by clicking into these different drop-downs if you'd like to narrow that down a little bit. So I'm fine with these two being set to all establishments, but I do want to change this from all businesses to the finance and insurance NAICS code, so NAICS 52. And with just those couple of clicks, remember we had a very cumbersome table. I get exactly the data that I want here shown on the map. This tells me that states with darker shades of blue have higher number of employees working in finance and insurance, and you can click in an individual state. Similarly for the charts, if you click more tools in the chart button, all of your selections from the map carry back and forth between charts and map. So we can see that same data we saw on a map, but in chart format, number of employees working in finance and insurance across all states. And you get the drop-down menu at the top that also lets you change very similarly between the different variables and dimensions. And then one last thing I'll say here in the demonstration with charts, we do have a nice feature where you can show up to 2 categories at a time in a chart. So for instance, if we change this select second attribute to NAICS code, it will show us the data for each geography, but also it gives us nested within that all of the 2-digit NAICS subcomponents rather than having to focus on just one at a time. All right, so now that we've shown that functionality, just really quickly to wrap up, that all was built based on feedback from users. Our model at the Census Bureau is that we continuously solicit feedback from users. We analyze that and prioritize solutions that address the feedback. We develop those solutions, test them internally, and then release them to the public. And this happens very frequently every month or two, where we're having these incremental development improvements to the site. I highlighted some of the updates that we've made over the past year as I was going during the demonstration. They're summarized here, and we also publish detailed release notes as there's an update to the site using the link at the bottom. We offer users opportunities to stay up to date by signing up for email alerts. It gives the latest system updates, data releases, and educational opportunities. And if you'd like to learn more about some of the things the Census Bureau is doing to educate users, specifically around data.census.gov, we do have workshops where we offer online free of charge. Users can get hands-on practice using the site in 2 to 3 hour sessions. So feel free to sign up for one of those if you'd like to learn more about our education efforts. And also we have a resources page where we have a variety of educational materials, a whole suite of different formats, whether we're answering users' frequently asked questions, PDFs with step-by-step instructions, short videos, recorded webinars, etc. And appreciate you all tuning in today. We look forward to any questions or feedback that you may have for us.
All right, let's give Tyson a round of applause. Very nice presentation. We actually do have a question in the chat, and I'll go ahead and just ask it verbally. It's from Doug Kilberg, and it's for Tyson. Does one browser work better than the others for the mapping tools?
We recommend for data.census.gov, Edge or Chrome are the preferred browsers. I was using Chrome, but we do support all of the major browsers.
Cool. All right. Feel free to post any other questions in the Q&A. I actually had one for the first presenter, Irina. I think early on in your presentation, you had a schematic, and at the sort of the beginning of that schematic, you had sort of something showing multimodal inputs. I'm assuming that the imputation methodology accounts for both missing data in the data inputs as well as due to maybe the record linkage process or the data combining process? Can you're very, very faint. Still faint. Oh. That's better.
Better, yes. Better.
Yeah.
Thank you for this very good question. So these pipelines, it takes into account in not due to missing linkages, but due to missing information in values. But it is by design, it takes into account correlations between different sequences in the model, because the foundation model published long ago in 2017, transformer model, it takes into account long and short-term dependencies. So by design, it takes into account these linkages internally by the model.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, and obviously these datasets, they linked by identifier.
Yeah.
It's either patient identifier or other identifiers that put these related datasets together, and how it helps to derive missing data in different datasets, even they not complete by themselves on 100%.
Great. Okay, we also have another question for Dr. He. And the question is, how does the time series method you chose compare to other time series methods typically used in education data?
Well, thank you very much. That is a very interesting question. Time series actually have quite a lot of different methodology. And when we choose the DTW methods into education, it is because at first, when we use in the process data analysis, especially when students make an interaction with computer, and we find actually students, sometimes they have to pause there and they think, they use some time to think over that. And even though they use exactly the same action, but they use a different time. Some students will be sharp or very quick, but some students actually, they think around, but they still make it correct. And for this kind of behavior, actually, we can find they use the same action, but actually they use a different time. And so that means that their actions occur into different time window. And we need to have a kind of methodology to help us to calculate similarity in this kind of situation. And so we find that DTW actually can allow us to have one data point actually corresponding to the multiple data points in the other sequence. So that's the reason we choose DTW. And then why we choose this kind of DTW also in this trajectory analysis, that is because sometimes we don't know the reason. Some states, they have some missing part to say one cycle they did not attend. Or some states or some country, actually, when we do the international large-scale assessment, we find some country actually drops in some cycle, but some country can continue on. So that means actually they have some data point in between is missing. Or sometimes you will also have this kind of case to say some country actually ending shorter than the other countries. If you still want to calculate the similarity and include this kind of country inside or state inside, so we need to have compensate even over this kind of sequence analysis there. So, but that is a very good question actually. And currently, actually, we have more analysis on that. For example, we will use, let's say, even we can use the image processing methods to calculate for the sequence. Yeah, because when you have this kind of sequence, it's kind of a line, and when you want to calculate them, actually you can use the image to say each student or each state their trajectory as a kind of a picture over there. It's a kind of plot, and then you use the picture and the picture to make a similarity in between. So you still can use this one to calculate similarity. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. I see a couple of questions that have been answered in the chat. There was one about a couple for Tyson. The maps on census.gov are not powered by Tableau, and there's a new GeoJSON button at the top of the maps that helps export geographic shapefile. So. Any other questions? If not, let's give one final round of applause to our speakers, and one final round of applause to all of our attendees and organizers today. So thank you very much, and have a good evening. And come back tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey, for moderating. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
This concludes this session. You may disconnect at this time. Have a good afternoon, everyone.